I am very much looking forward to tonight's episodes. So we should have the preview. I'm just trying to get the chats. I feel like I need to get some waters and stuff, so I might have to just go and grab those. Let me go over here and get the chat up on screen. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, apologies, we're a little bit late for this stream. I was actually late. I overslept for the members stream, and so that meant I'm now late for this stream, so it was a whole thing. But we're here now anyway. Let's go over, shall we, and have a look and see a Raw breakdown. Let's go over here. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, so we've got Sami Zayn taking on Cody Rhodes. I'm going to actually put a poll up for this one. I'm going to seriously need some help for this one because I think this is 50-50. Although I think I've convinced myself it's more 40-60 in favor of Cody now. But who leaves as champion? Is this really going to be it for Sami tonight? Who leaves as champion? Is it Sami Zayn? Is it Cody Rhodes? Who leaves as champ? Right, then we've got Seth Rollins. He's going to be kicking off the show tonight. He's going to be... I don't think Roman's on this episode, so he'll be calling out Roman. I don't think we're going to be seeing Roman, but obviously we know we're getting that match. Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins. It's the match I really am looking forward to. I think what I would like from this segment, probably I'm expecting the Usos to come down and for there to be an interaction between Seth and the Usos. I actually don't need that so much. I think what I would be looking for, I'd be okay with Seth talking and actually giving us a bit of a heart-to-heart. I think this would be a really good moment for Seth to sort of look back on his career. If you give Seth like 15 minutes to get into the ring and look back on his career and talk about, you know, does he regret the Shield breakup? Does he regret the run that he has after the Shield broke up? Does he like being with the Authority? You know, does he kind of regret various points in his career? Where is he now? I think where is he now is a very interesting question because he was obviously in the Vision and he was the visionary. But then obviously he got the injury. He's just done a feud with Bron Breakker, with the Vision. The Vision are just completely decimated at this point. He's got the match that he wants. I think he's got an opportunity to talk to us now about where is he. You know, I don't even know how long he's got left. I don't even know how long Seth's going to be going for. So I think I would like to hear from him about where he is in his career, how long's left, how he feels about Roman, how he feels about the Shield, how he feels about his career. Just give us a bit of an overview on everything. Just paint the picture for me about why this match matters. You know, why does this match matter so much? It's kind of spell out for those that don't know that he's always been that sort of thorn in Roman's side and how he's had to watch Roman achieve all greatness. And he is great. And what Roman achieved has been greatness. But how Seth can get a piece of that at SummerSlam and how it's going to mean so much more than anyone will know. You know, he needs to know because he's always believed himself to be better than Roman. But, you know, at SummerSlam, he's going to get the opportunity to prove to the world that that is true. And I think there's just so much meat on that bone that I think I'd like a good 10, 15 minutes of that. I suspect he'll probably start going down that road and then he'll be interrupted by the Usos and we'll probably get an interaction with the Usos. I'm not sure that Roman's on this episode. I actually don't need him and Roman going back and forth this week. We will get that. And actually Roman could even then come back and respond to some of the things that Seth says, maybe in this promo. So, I don't know. I'm really intrigued by this segment. I think it could be very meaty. As we said, there's a lot of history there. And I think I would really like that because this is what I wanted from Cody and Randy, and this is what we didn't get. You know, this is why I was so excited for that feud. We didn't get that meat. Instead, it was kind of all to do with Pat McAfee and all that nonsense. So, you know, I'd like to see us dig into the past with this. Then we got the Street Profits defending against Bron Breakker, Austin Theory. Street Profits surely retain in here because Bron Breakker, Austin Theory, I don't think the Vision's future is looking very united. It could be that they're done. We know there's been talks about the Vision splitting up, breaking apart. We saw what happened with Heyman last week, so yeah, I'm not feeling great for the Vision. I'm not feeling great for Bron Breakker, Austin Theory. I think we've put the belts on the Street Profits. I don't see us taking those belts off of the Street Profits, so yeah, Street Profits retain. Feel pretty good about that. Then we got Raquel Rodriguez challenging Sol Ruca. I don't hate Raquel getting this belt. As everyone knows, I've had my sort of struggles with Sol Ruca since she's come to the main roster. But also, when she was in that feud with Zarya, she has not... I used to really like Sol. Then I struggled with her character. Then they pushed her to a title very quickly on the main roster. And now I just feel quite cold towards Sol. I don't have any kind of feelings towards her that I'm rooting for her or anything like that. Like, so I would not care or mind if Raquel actually got this championship. I don't see that happening. I don't think that'll happen. I think that this is just a body for Sol to get the better of. So I expect Sol to retain. Hopefully it's going to be a really fun match. Hopefully Sol looks good. And hopefully we can start, or I can start, feeling some warmth towards Sol again. It's not her as a person. I have no issue with her as a person. It's the character that I'm just not connecting with at the moment. I'm sure many of you are, though. So for those of you that are Sol fans, I'm sure you're having a good time. But for me, I'm disconnected from the character at the moment. We've kind of spoke about it before. We spoke about why. We've done an extensive breakdown. I just need some really great performances, some really great matches, and she can do that. So let's see. This will be an interesting match. Then we've got Obafemi discussing his Hell in a Cell match against Brock Lesnar. So Obafemi just going to come out, talk about his Hell in a Cell. I don't know what we're going to do because I don't think Brock's around. I don't think he's around, but I'm not sure what we're going to do for all these weeks. Surely Brock's going to make an appearance at some point. I expect him to appear at some point. I don't know that it's this week, though. But, yeah, the build for this, I mean, it's sort of been announced and it's done. Are we going to have, like, a little side quest for Oba? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with Oba over these next few weeks. But, again, we'll find out tonight. So, stacked. Yeah. I mean, that is obviously a massive main event. But we have got so much more than just that. It's a real stacked episode of Raw tonight. They are going big. I'm not sure why they've chosen to go big for this episode, considering I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be tuning into the US game, of course. So, I don't know. Did they look at the US game and think we need a show that can really rival it? It's the World Cup. I don't think you're going to rival it, to be honest. I don't know. Perhaps when does the game kick off? Kicks off at the same time as Raw. So 45 minutes. You're going to have a 15-minute window during halftime. So is the end of the first hour going to be an important time? Probably is, because that's where you might get some people that are going to change the channel when it gets to halftime. Then the second half is going to take us to the end of the second hour. Going to have to hope that there's no extra time and penalties. If not, then they might see some people change the channel after the game for that last kind of half an hour. But I don't know, man. It's at the exact worst time. The whole of the USA game is on pretty much the same time as Raw. Like, it's going to basically just wipe it out. So, I don't know. They've stacked it, whatever the logic is for it. And, Let's see. I'm obviously going to be focused on this. I will be keeping it. Well, not that I even need to keep an eye on the score. I'm sure you guys will update me anyway. So I will have my phone and I will keep an eye on the score. But obviously we're locked in. Right. Hello. Connor said, Daze, I feel sorry that Sheamus is leaving. I would have liked it if Sheamus could have won the IC championship. That was the only championship he needed to win. I agree. Wrestle Dandy said, Daze, I'm doing some research. I forgot Rene Dupree was the #1 pick in 2004's draft. Crazy to think he was only 20 years at the time. Oh, that's an interesting video. Are you looking back at like #1 draft picks and whatever? Because that would be quite an interesting video. So to see who was drafted kind of early and what their careers look like. It's a good shout, that is, Andy. So that'll be good. If you don't check out Andy's videos, I recommend that you do. He's obviously got some fantastic topics that he wrestles with. So go and wrestle with Andy over on Andy's channel. So that sounds like a good one, but King Gamer said, is asking established stars like The New Day and Sheamus to accept restructured contracts fair, or does it show a lack of appreciation for their contribution, says King Gamer. I think it's fair, but I think that there could be something that's kind of built in to allow us to say goodbye. So, I mean, look, let's be honest. If you're a superstar like Sheamus and you've had your injury issues and your momentum is gone and you are towards the end of your career, then, you know, WWE are not going to want to pay another 3-4 year contract for $5 million or whatever it is, right? I can understand WWE wanting to reduce that number, right? I can. And I think the same is true in football as well. For example, if you're a soccer player, football player, and you as a big name and you had a great career, and you was getting like high wages and everything, by the time you're getting into your 30s, like 33, 34, 35, your new contracts, if you go to a different club, are probably not going to be the same level as when you was at your peak. There's obviously big exceptions to that, right? But I'm thinking about like some players that maybe used to play for Real Madrid or Man United or Barcelona, and they're not the same players anymore. But they go to MLS, they go to America. Yeah, a lot of players go to America quite late in their careers because it's not seen as like a major league like the Premier League or La Liga, right? It's still seen as a good league. It's where there's a lot of big names and star power, but a lot of those stars are in the twilight years, yeah? So if we look at football and we see that a lot of those stars go over and they go over there to, you know, just get the biggest deals they can. Those deals don't rival when they were at the peak of their powers. And so I do think that there is an example in sport where actually someone like Sheamus, who is no longer at the peak of his powers, he's not, you know, as quick, as explosive, as strong as he was, you know, going back 10, 12 years or whatever. And he's had a lot of injuries, which I'm sure have taken their toll. You know, he now is not going to factor in the plans the same way that he used to. Back in the day, you could always kind of have him around the title picture. I don't think that's what they're going to look to use him for now. And so I like the fact they haven't just said you're done and they've released him, right? I think offering him a new deal so that he can stay, even though they probably don't massively need him, is obviously a good thing. I don't know how disrespectful that number was. I mean, obviously he might go, you know, is it fair that they offer me a contract 80% below what I'm being paid? I mean, that's a hell of a drop. I don't know if we're talking about a reduction in pay of 20%, 30%, 50%, 70%. I have no idea, right? That information has not been made available. But I think reducing the wage of someone that's no longer generating the kind of revenue sales, merch sales, ticket sales that they used to is similar. You get that in sport. Like, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. But I do think that if you offer him a new deal, which is where you want him to be now, this is how we view you, and he turns it down, like what has happened, then I think it would be nice if there was a way of just extending his current deal for a few months or whatever, so that we can find a final story, so that we can say goodbye, you know, put that offer on the table. Okay, well, your deal that you've got now is going to be expiring. We can offer you an extension of 3 months on the same deal for 3 months or so. Works out at this number, and we will, you know, put you in a final story so that we can wrap up your career, right? I don't think he would have turned that down, because you're not, I mean, the only thing, you're still paying him the same, you know, but only for the next 3 months or whatever, just to wrap it up. I think the thing that bothers me more is the fact that you are not giving the fans the chance to say goodbye, or you're not doing like a final story or something, because it's just so cold, isn't it? I mean, I completely understand why people have got a problem with this. You know, Sheamus has been with WWE for a long, long time. He's a beloved superstar. He still generates interest, even if it's not at the level it once was. There's still a lot of love and affection for him, just like there was for the New Day. And yet he's gone. That's it. There's no goodbye. There's no final promo. There's no final run. There's no Intercontinental Championship to, you know, for a feel-good moment. It's just, that's it. Thanks. Handshake, done. Move to the alumni section. It's so cold. And it doesn't feel right, does it? So I can see the situation, and I understand both sides. I do just wonder if there can be a compromise to some degree, or if there can be a way of resolving the issue. And the issue for me is more to do with the fact that we don't get to say goodbye. I think him being offered a new deal is a positive, because I don't think they have to do that. I don't think they necessarily need him. So the fact that they've offered him a new deal at all is obviously good. They haven't just kicked him to the curb. I would imagine it's a big reduction in pay. And this is where you can debate whether that's fair or not. The only thing I would say is, though, a Legends deal, which we give to Legends so that we can use them for meet and greets, and they can make occasional appearances on shows, you know, and we can make figures and merch and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I don't think those deals pay very much. I don't think a Legends deal, I think it varies depending on the legend, but I don't think it's that high of a number, to be honest with you. So, I mean, for me, the contract that he was on was probably not being warranted. He is now being offered something more in line with where they view him. He has obviously looked at it and thought, no, I'm worth more than that, which is right to feel. Whether he now goes to AEW or something, WWE will have calculated that and, you know, figured out like the number they think is worth. And so if he goes to AEW, WWE are prepared for him to do that at this stage in his career. They feel like if he goes, he goes, right? The alternative is, as we said, he signs a Legends deal. But I don't think a Legends deal is worth that much. So, yeah, it's business. It's cold. It's, you know, the way I look at it is, if you rank every wrestler in priority order, so that is the person, the biggest priority, which would be Roman, and you'd have Rhea up there, because Rhea obviously is a big star, and, you know, whoever. So you put that person at the top, right, all those people, and you work your way down to the least important, right, which might be an Akira Tozawa, or someone like that, yeah, Apollo Crews when he was around. So you have that, right? Sheamus, I don't know where you would put him on that list, but for me, it's kind of around this area, right? I don't know the other names that would be around that level, but I'll bet you anything they're not getting paid the number he's getting paid because of the career that he's had. So you could understand someone looking at that going, if he's here when it comes to priorities, then why is he getting paid $5 million a year or whatever it is when all the others around him are on $500,000 a year? You can totally understand that. You can totally understand on a piece of paper why someone would go, that makes no sense. You know, Ober, Trick, these are our priorities. These are the people we want to invest in. These are the people we want to build. Sheamus is not that level anymore. So, yes, there has to be something about longevity and goodwill and all of that stuff. I think that's reflected in him being offered a new deal. I think that's reflected in him not just being cut. And actually, here's a deal. We're going to keep you around on a part-time basis. We're going to pay you X amount, whatever. I don't know the number, so it's hard to comment on that. I'm pleased to hear that they didn't just release him, because I think that would have been really cold. I'm pleased to hear that they were willing to keep him around. They still see a value there. But no, I can't. I'm struggling. I'm really struggling to sit here and say that it's wrong to just keep paying these millions and millions and millions to someone that's not generating that kind of money anymore. And as I said, if you look at other sports, there are many, many examples of where people older in their career that haven't got the same impact they used to have to accept, you know, a lower wage. I can think of loads of big names that ended up playing in the lower divisions in football, you know. People that, you know, used to be like competing in the Premier League and, you know, representing their national teams, that as they get on in age, all of a sudden they start playing in the Championship, start playing like, you know, lower down in the leagues and earning lower wages as a result. So I think this is pretty normal in sport. Just seems like the wrestling fans, I don't know, have got a different view. But whatever, you know, it is what it is. I am very sad to see him go. So that's my whole Sheamus take, if you will. Jasmine, shout out to you, said the appointment was good for the family. I'm not sure if I should go to the doctors. I'm going out of town tomorrow. I'm going to have until tomorrow morning. Jasmine Christian, I don't know what I've walked into there, but I hope all is good. Daze, was you happy England won against Mexico? It was a fantastic game. Got Norway now. I was very happy. I think actually that messed up my sleep, believe it or not, because it was so exhilarating. I felt absolutely exhausted after it. I mean, I was up, I was pacing, I was upstairs watching it. I had to go and make some food at one point. Come back, then I went off to get a drink, came back, I was pacing around. By the end of the match, it was so tense. I was just absolutely exhausted. So then I tried to do a bit of work after the match, but I was just like, I was a mixture of like exhilarated because the game had been so amazing, but I was also like shattered. So I was like in this weird place really, which is why I went to bed earlier than usual. Didn't really sleep too much because it was quite hot today in the UK again. We've got another mini heat wave that's arrived. So I kind of slept for a few hours, then woke up because of the heat. And my day has just been really disrupted. And so that's why I ended up oversleeping later in the day. So I am actually blaming the match for that. Even though it was on at like a great time for me, middle of the night when I'm normally awake. But as you said, I mean, it was such a game that I was just so worked up and oh my god, it was so tense. I thought we were done, man. I thought we were cooked. When we had that player sent off and we had to try and survive all of that time. And we just, every time we kicked the ball away, it went to a Mexican player. It came right back. And you're like, we can't survive this. We can't survive 30-odd minutes of this. And then 11 extra minutes added time. Mate, I was just pulling my hair out. I was just flipping. I was not in a good place. I was worried. I was seriously worried. For those that aren't in the UK, I think the general consensus is that that's like one of the best England performances of all time, in the sense of it's the World Cup, it's the knockout rounds. We went to a very hostile, not hostile as in, you know, dangerous, but, you know, obviously passionate home crowds, brilliant atmosphere. The altitude had been spoken about all week. We had to deal with that. Obviously, we get a player sent off as well. And so, to overcome all of that and still just find a way of grinding out a win, it was a fantastic result. But I'll tell you, I'm not someone really for banter, to be honest, when it comes to football. I don't really go in for that sort of banter stuff, right? I don't have any banter in me for the Mexican team or anything like that. They were fantastic. They were so good. They played their part in one of the best games I've seen. And it was just a pleasure to watch, to be honest with you. And I heard stories after of Mexican fans and England fans singing in the bars and all this. So, I mean, it seems like it's all gone really, really well over there. No trouble, just lots of good vibes. But yeah, I mean, Mexico, if you're going to go out in an absolute banger. People are debating whether that or Argentina versus Cape Verde is the game of the tournament so far. And so if you're going to go out to one of the best games in the tournament. And that was definitely one of them. I don't know if it's the best, but it is one of the best from this tournament. And I thought we were cooked, mate. Absolutely cooked. Right, let's go up. Daze, why are they putting the belt on Cody again? Him losing so soon and then winning again, it's boring and repetitive. Just have a long reign and then go away from the title, says Abdullah. To be honest, buds, until we know what happens, I can't tell you why we've done it. So if he gets the belt back tonight, I think they will have done it because of the Saudi Arabia deal. Genuinely. I think they will have done it for that reason, because it cannot be a coincidence that the belt changed in Saudi Arabia. So I think you can make the argument they might have done it because Sami deserves it and all of that, but I think there was better ways of getting Sami to the belt. I'm a Sami fan, and I didn't have a problem with it, right? But there was a niggle, and the niggle was... now, you're doing it now when Sami's reactions are amongst the worst they've ever been. This is someone that's been beloved by the WWE fans. This is someone that really does get a lot of love and respect, and people have really enjoyed his work. Certainly when he was Bloodline, coming out of Bloodline, even after that when he was in that tag team with Kevin Owens, people were loving on Sami, and Sami's had great reactions in the past. He is not getting those now, and now is when you want to pull the trigger. I find the timing of it very strange. Nothing about right now says that now is the right time to put the world title on Sami, right? I really think if he loses it tonight, I think it's more to do with the Saudi deal. I think that deal expires next year, and it's worth $1 billion to WWE. Every show they do in Saudi is worth, I think, 50 million. I mean, that is just so far ahead of any show that they can do. WrestleMania, I don't know how much it generated, but I know that they got paid about 10 million for WrestleMania this year. It was 6 million to actually go to Vegas, and then they had 4 million in tax benefits. So in total, about 10 million. Then, of course, they will have had the ticket sales and the merch sales and all of that stuff. How much they made for WrestleMania this year, I'm not sure. But I don't know. It could be about 50 million when you look at ticket sales and you look at merch sales and all that sort of stuff, right? Again, I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying I know 10 million is what they got from Vegas. The bottom line is, the amount that a Night of Champions generates, or a Crown Jewel generates, or any of those Saudi shows generate, is well above, even what a WrestleMania can generate, right? Let alone a B show. So this Saudi deal, worth $1 billion over 10 years, it's a massive, major deal for WWE. It was it's one of the biggest deals they've ever signed. They would love another 10 years. they would snap your flipping hand off for it. And it expires next year. I think WrestleMania next year is meant to be the last show in Saudi. The 10 years finishes. It was 2018 to 2027, kind of, 10 years. And so I don't know if they haven't done it to kind of try and show this is what we can do, These are the moments we can continue to bring to you. So I don't know if it wasn't that put in the back, because Sami is loved in Saudi Arabia. So I really do wonder if it's that, and if that's the reason why it was done. I don't think it was done really because they want the belt off Cody. I think they love Cody. I think Cody is their guy, and for anyone that's sort of struggling with that fact, I think you're going to continue to struggle with that fact. There is no evidence to suggest that we're ever going to move away from Cody for an extended period of time. I think Cody is that guy, and I think largely what we're hearing is that if ever the belt gets taken off Cody, it's normally for some other reason. So, for example, this Sami title run might not be because they were bored of Cody. It really might be because they wanted to give that magic moment to Saudi, so Saudi can be convinced of renegotiating. Earlier this year, Drew McIntyre won the championship, and we found out from the dirt sheets the reason why. It was because they wanted to get Cody in the Rumble and the Chamber. So they wanted Cody in the Rumble because Cody is a draw for them. He generates interest. He generates revenue. He sells tickets. This is why he's the guy. This is why they love him, right? And so they wanted to give Rumble a boost. They wanted to give Chamber a boost by putting Cody into those events, which he wouldn't have been if he was champion. By putting him into those, they were able to, advertise him for those and give those shows a boost. Word is, that is why Cody loses the belt before the Rumble and gets it back after the Chamber. And it totally makes sense if you look at the timing. So again, this wasn't about Drew having his run. This wasn't about, we're bored of Cody, let's move on to something else. This was about, let's get Cody in the Rumble, let's get Cody in the Chamber. And that was the reason why the belt got took off him. And this Sami situation might be similar. Last year with John Cena, the belt was took off Cody so that Cena could have number 17 and then basically could pass the torch back to Cody at SummerSlam. So again, it's not because we're bored of Cody. It's because, there's an alternative that we want to do for, a specific reason. So for example, Cena 17 doing that moment, but then also having Cena pass the torch back to Cody and really send a message to the world that Cody is the new Cena, Cody is the new guy. That message was sent at SummerSlam because they had Cody, didn't they, sort of salute John for everything that he had done before he puts him away, and then bang, crossroads, 1, 2, 3, done. So yeah, I know there's many people out there that are struggling with Cody. I don't see any evidence that we're ever going to move away from Cody in the near future. And if we do, it's going to be for some business reason where I'll be very confident we'll just go back to Cody. This is the Cody era. This is the Cody run. And I believe that, Cody's got a good chance getting that title back tonight. I don't think it's guaranteed. Because I do think now you've put the belt on Sami, it's very interesting to just at least give him a little run with it, see what he can do with it, see what business looks like with Sami having it. If you take the belt off Sami tonight, he's not had any chance to do anything. He's not had any chance to show you what he can do as a champion. So, if he loses it tonight, then he wasn't a transitional champion. But I think he got it because of Saudi Arabia, much like how Jinder got it because of India, even though he claims that wasn't the case. I think that Sami would have got it because of Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, we'll have to see. At the moment, you lot are split. I am split on it as well, but you're actually split slightly differently. I'm 60-40 Cody. You're 55-45 Sami at the moment. So 55-45, you think this is going to be that Sami Zayn retains? there is a chance of that, absolutely, because I think they might make Sami defend at Saturday night's main event. I also wonder if they'll set up Sami Gunther for SummerSlam. I know they've sort of teased the little Gunther Nick Aldis thing, but that doesn't there's no word about Nick Aldis actually wrestling. There's no rumor or any dirt sheet reveal to do with Nick Aldis having a match. So at the moment, that's just fan speculation. It could be nothing but storyline at the moment to get us somewhere. So yeah, there's nothing on Nick Aldis Gunther. So could it be that we do Gunther, Sami, and this is how we get the belt onto Gunther? And we're just going to do a Cody CM Punk feuds. I don't know why we would do that feuds. I would really need that to be explained if the belt wasn't involved. But yeah, there's a few different directions this can go. James, hello. James said, hope you're doing well. And you, buds. Hope life's treating you well. I would imagine it is after what went down at the Azteca. Obviously, a lot of good vibes around the UK, certainly around England today. Maybe not so good vibes in Scotland. I don't think they were particularly rooting for England last night, but a hell of a game. Hell of a game. And we just saw Portugal get knocked out as well, of course. Oh, I say we saw. I didn't see. I saw the score. 1-0 Spain, and that is it. Cristiano Ronaldo, done. I mean, that's surely him done at the World Cup stage. Although, I say that, and I'm still not sure, because the next World Cup is Spain-Portugal. So, I don't know, man. Could he make the squads and just make an appearance like Neymar did? Could he still be around in 4 years? I don't know. He certainly looks after himself. And I've got to think playing in the Saudi League is not that strenuous for him. I've got to think because of his star power, there's a chance he'd be selected. It's a 26-man squad. Could he... I don't think he would start. Surely in 4 years' time, they'll be... they won't have him start. But I don't know. Does he come on off the bench to make an appearance in front of the Portuguese fans at a World Cup in 4 years' time? It's Portugal, Spain, Morocco that are hosting the next one, I believe. So I say this might be his last World Cup appearance, but it also might not. Shining Wizard said they go on about sports entertainment. In both fields, people come in, do the jobs, and go away. There's just nothing to see here, says Shining Wizard. Okay, let's go down. Daze, Sheamus has never won the IC Championship. Enjoy Raw tonight, says Stuart. Thank you, Stuart. Humble Rumble said, why are we worried about WWE money? It's $1 billion company. Why am I worried? I'm not worried. I think they're absolutely fine. They're swimming in money at the moment. But I also think that it makes business sense to, be a business and run like a business. You don't just throw money away if you're a business. It's not a case that you just chuck millions around when you don't have to. Like, you want to make sure that you've got good business practices and that you are a healthy operating business that's kind of, being responsible. So, they're going through a good period right now. But to be honest with you, that good times can end very, very quickly. So, for example, we're about to see potentially the end of the Saudi deal. The Netflix deal, I think, is 5 years with another 5-year extension option. But we don't know if they're going to accept that 5-year extension option. So it could be that the Netflix deal is done in a few years. They don't have that 5-year extension. And then it means we've got to find a new home for Raw. And I don't know, man. I don't know what options are out there. And I don't know what kind of money is out there as well. There's already word that ESPN are maybe not thrilled at the results they're getting from their deal. So, just because the sun is shining right now, that situation can change relatively quickly. So I actually don't blame WWE for being professional and really trying to make sure that they are keeping to a budget. I think it's right to keep to a budget. I think it's right that you go, this is how much we want to pay talent. This is how much we want to kind of put aside for the talent. We need to, make sure that we're not just wasting. We've got to make sure that we're spending as little as possible and bringing in as much as possible. That's what a successful business does. Doesn't matter if the sun is shining, doesn't matter if it's a rainy day, you know, you've got a responsibility to try and be, you know, the best version, the best business that you can. So, because that situation can change so quickly. I think we all want WWE to be successful and healthy and, you know, here for the long term. So this is why, for me, you know, there's definitely things WWE do that I'm not a fan of. I respect the fact that they gave Sheamus a contract and he then has been allowed to honor that contract. They haven't released him. He was allowed to see that contract through. So we sat down with Sheamus, you know, I don't know, 5 years ago and said, look, we're going to give you $5 million over 5 years, or, you know, $5 million a year, whatever it is. And for 5 years. So, you know, this is what you're going to earn. He was able to then go out knowing that that money was going to be his and spend it, buy a house, buy a car, do whatever. He's had all of that. His contract has just expired. Now we've reached a point where it's time to renegotiate a new deal, right? Now it's time to go, right, where are we? What's the new deal look like? And that's what they've done. They've offered him a new deal. But the reality is, because of injury, because he's fallen down the pecking order, he is not worth the money that he was just on. I don't see the issue. They've offered him a new contract at a lower wage, at a lower amount. That's normal in sports for aging superstars. He's decided to turn that down, which is his right. And as a result, he's gone. For me, the problem isn't that. It's the fact that we weren't able to sort of give him that final run, say goodbye, wrap up this career, right? There's a lack of closure. If this is what's got to happen and has happened, there's a lack of closure. I think it would have been nice maybe if there was, I don't know where he was and where they were. I mean, it would be nice to think that we could have met in the middle and kept him around on a contract. Like, that would have been good for there to have been a negotiation, and maybe that was happening. I don't know. But I really don't have any issue with the fact that they don't see him being of value, the same value that they were paying him before. You don't just throw millions around. Here you go, New Day. Here you go, Sheamus. Here you go, Miz. You know, still earn the millions and millions that you was earning when you was at your peak, even though you're no longer at your peak. Like, but also, we need to be bringing in Bron Breakker. We need to be bringing in Trick Williams. We need to be bringing in Javon Evans. Oh, look at that. The Saudi deal has gone. Oh, look at that. ESPN are wobbling on us. Oh, look at that. Netflix aren't interested anymore. Oh, look at that. We're in financial trouble. This thing can turn so quick. Honestly, people, I don't think people understand, like, how precarious this situation can be, because we know the ratings are declining. We know the ratings are going down. The concern is that when it's time to renegotiate those TV deals, you ain't going to generate the same amount of money that you've just got. You are going to be bringing in less money, because you can't keep delivering lower ratings and expect the TV money that you're paid to keep going up and up and up, you know? I mean, we've already exhausted the networks. You know, there's not really any network TV channels that are interested in WWE. We just largely stay on USA Network, right? That's been the home of WWE going all the way back. I mean, that's what Raw was being shown on. And I think even before that, you know, with things like All American Wrestling, I think that was USA, Superstars, whatnot. So, you know, this has long been the home of WWE, but actually there doesn't appear to be loads of bids on the table when it comes to WWE and people wanting their shows. Now we're looking at streaming services. So Netflix have come in, you know, but I mean, if that goes south, then I don't know, would Disney Plus come in? I mean, that would be great if they would. Would HBO Max come in? Probably not. I don't think WWE fits their sort of programming schedule. I'm not sure what other platforms are out there. I mean, we've already done Paramount. I don't know, man. I think you kind of look at the landscape and you're like, plus don't forget you've got TNA already out there, you got AEW already out there. There's already networks that have got their wrestling fix. So again, I don't think there's a load amount of networks that are looking to take wrestling. Then you've got wrestling companies already out there taking some of them. And I think we've already tried a lot of the others. We've already done Fox, you know, Netflix, Paramount, Peacock, all that stuff. We've done those. You know, I don't know that with the ratings going down, you're going to generate the same amount of money. It's honestly, I think for them being wise and, you know, keeping things tight, keeping things in check, people might not like it, but I do think it is the right thing to do. But, you know, again, without further detail, I think that there is obviously more conversation that can be had if we knew the numbers. I mean, if he went from like 5 million a year to 500,000 a year, that's a hell of a drop, right? Maybe we would kind of say, that seems a little bit too much. Can't we get to 1 million or something? Like, I don't know. If he wouldn't go less than 5, you know, I ain't taking any less, then I think that's a bit probably unreasonable. But that's his right. But if he was like, no, I'll go to 2, and WWE didn't want to do that, that's where we can start getting into maybe a conversation of should they have gone to 2? He was on 5. Should they have gone to 2? That's a big drop for him to accept, you know. But we don't have that detail. So it's hard to have that conversation. But if he was on 5 million a year, I can't blame them for not giving him another contract for 5 million a year. You know, for me, we're going to get a lot more of this. A lot more of this is going to be happening as time goes by. So I don't think this is the last conversation we're going to be having, to be honest. Jasmine Christian said the crowd was so loud, I could feel the music in my mind because Roman is so good. Are you at the show? Are you at one of the shows or have been at a show? Connor said, why couldn't Adam Pearce not announce Sami Cody for the Undisputed Championship? Not happening Saturday night's main event instead of being on Raw. Well, the belief is that CM Punk's coming back tonight. That's the belief. So it's in Chicago. It's going to be a great crowd. And so the belief is that they want to do the match because of Punk. I'll be very surprised if we don't get CM Punk coming out on this show at the end. Either to confront the winner or make his intentions clear that he wants to go after Cody or whatever it might be, right? So I think that that's the reason why. They're obviously not going to come out and tell you that because it's going to be a surprise if it happens. So that's the reason why. But there's every chance that Sami is made to defend at Saturday night's main event as well. New Tomorrow, shout out to you. Said if the company was successful and they got main eventers popping left and right, no one would care about Sheamus leaving, said New Tomorrow. I don't know, to be honest, because Sheamus, I think, has built up a lot of goodwill and a lot of affection. I think there is something with, you know, those kind of beloved superstars that you have been rooting for. Like, I think a lot of people genuinely wanted to see Sheamus win that IC championship. I mean, I remember Clash at the Castle when it was him against Gunther, and it was a great match for the IC title. And, you know, Sheamus was talking about how much it would mean to him to win that. And I think that really did resonate with people, that story about he had never won it. He needed it to be a crown jewel a Grand Slam champion. And I think, like, it really did resonate. I think it was definitely something people could get behind. And, yeah, I think the fact that it didn't happen, the fact that he did, you know, some brawling brute stuff, which is okay, but not brilliant. I mean, it's probably the last interesting thing I remember him doing that group. But, like, yeah, I think he's obviously, he means a lot to the people in Ireland. He is a former world champion. He's always given a good account of himself, you know, banger after banger. Whenever there was a Sheamus match, you knew he was going to give everything he had. People appreciated that. Then you've got his kind of journey to try and get to the IC title that people were rooting for. So genuinely, I think even if those main eventers were like killing it and everything was great, I do still think there would be a feeling of like, nah, this sucks, you know, because I think there is just a lot of goodwill for Sheamus. I think that, you know, the fans always respect someone that gives their all. And I think one thing you can say about Sheamus is that he definitely embodied that. He definitely is someone that would turn up and give everything he's got. And I think the fans really respected that. I certainly respected that about him. You always knew you were going to get everything out of Sheamus. You know, that banger after banger after banger line. Just felt like there was some truth to it. He would go out there and give everything and try and deliver that banger. Maybe didn't always succeed. That's fine. There's many times where he did. And I don't know, there was a lot of goodwill for Sheamus. I do understand the disappointment at, you know, Sheamus going and, you know, what with him being in for as long as he had been in as well. But the truth is, a lot of the work he was doing was just not, you know, top of the tree type stuff anymore. And long ago, he's kind of fallen into the mid card or just sort of been on the roster and, you know, the Brawling Brutes. You know, they did a couple of interesting things with them, but by and large, they just filled out the card. So, I mean, we weren't using him in, like, you know, that kind of... He wasn't around the main event scene. I can't even remember the last time he was around the main event scene. And injuries kind of caught up with him as well. Age, of course. So, yeah, I get it. I really do get it. I was very disappointed to see him go and for us to not get closure and not, you know, I even said in the video I put out yesterday, I said, like, it would have been nice if we just had a few months where we could have done a story where he gets the IC belt and maybe as soon as he wins it, maybe he wins it at, say, SummerSlam or he wins it at Survivor Series. And, you know, he just puts the belt in the ring, takes the boots off, and that's it. You know, Survivor Series is his last show. He does it. He wins the IC championship. There's nothing left for him to achieve. He walks out a Grand Slam champion. We get our closure. We say goodbye to him. Sheamus is done. And that would feel good. That would at least give us the closure that we're looking for. So, but we don't get that. Instead, we just hear that we're never going to see him again. And it's done. That's it. He's changed his name. He's been moved to the alumni section. It's done. It's over. It's very cold. It's very, very cold. I do understand where people are coming from. Right. Eddie Cox Wilkins said they shouldn't be taking the title off Sami. Okay. Well, it's very close. 55% of people think Sami's going to be keeping the belt tonight. 45% think that he's going to be losing. It's very, very close. I must admit, at first, I was like, no, they won't take it off him this soon. I think they're going to keep it on him because we still got Saturday night's main event, right? And I think that he could walk into SummerSlam as champion. So, you know, booking a match just like a week later after he's won it, no, that feels a bit too soon. But actually, you know, you look at the fact we're in Chicago, you look at the fact that CM Punk's probably on the show, you look at the fact there's rumors for CM Punk Cody, and all of a sudden you go, this doesn't feel great. So, yeah, I don't know, I've sort of shifted my stance on it, honestly. I kind of spoke about it in the breakdown on Friday, where I kind of started the breakdown going, no, I think he'll be okay. And by the time I got halfway through, I'd spoken myself into, no, actually, he is in trouble here. So, yeah, I'm like you, actually. I'm conflicted. I do think this can go either way. I'm probably just leaning Cody, though, because of the rumors. Gen Xer, hello, said, Daze, I've been away for a bit. We're in a heat wave and lost electricity for a few days. Oh, my God. Finally back to normal, though. Looking forward to tonight's show. Well, Gen Xer, shout out to you, my friends. Sorry to hear you've been going through some rough things there, but good to see that you're back in heat waves. I can definitely sympathize with. We've had a little mini one today, which was okay. Wasn't as bad as it has been in the past few weeks, but still struggling to sleep. Had to have the fan on, and yeah, it's just warm. We're just not built for it. As I said before, our homes are like, you know, extra insulation and double glaze. It like our homes in the UK trap heat in. They're built to do that because in the winter we need to keep the heat in. So that means when it's boiling, it's actually warmer in the house than it is outside. I should probably grab my bed and go outside and sleep outside. It's cooler than trying to sleep indoors where it just is like an oven. Flipping. Oh. So I really do sympathise with that, bud. So, Gen Xer, hope you're well. Hope you're looking forward to the show tonight. Should be good. Should be really good. Jose, shout out to you. Said Sheamus deserves to go into the Hall of Fame and a Legends deal once he retires. Might still be a few bangers left in him before he calls it a career. Definite Hall of Famer, 100%. I mean, it would be a disgrace to the Hall of Fame to not put Sheamus in. If you think about how long he's been in WWE for, the fact he's won world titles, you know, just, yeah. He's had so many great matches. I mean, even kind of during the pandemic when he was feuding with Drew. Do you remember in the Thunderdome, they were like battling around the Thunderdome and they put on like one of the best matches during the Thunderdome era, Drew versus Sheamus. It actually felt a little to me at the time, and this is like 5 years ago now, but it actually felt to me at the time like Sheamus felt like he was being overlooked even then, and he wanted to put a match on to remind people of who he was and what he could do. And so he went out there and just put on an absolute banger with Drew, and obviously they know each other very, very well. They've come through, grown up together, come through the UK scene over to America. So, I mean, they know each other very well, and they were able to put on this kind of street fight, falls count anywhere. Can't remember what it was, but I remember them fighting, like, in amongst the TV screens of the Thunderdome, and it was a really fun match. And that was quite a dark time for WWE, the Thunderdome. I do not remember it with any fondness whatsoever. But you get it. I mean, the pandemic was the pandemic. I mean, they did the best they could. So certainly not down or judging, but I mean, it was not what we were looking for. It was not a great time. And they were able to put on this absolute banger. And then, as I said, you fast forward just, you know, a year or so, and then you've got Clash at the Castle over in Wales, which was obviously a big deal for us over here in the UK. And actually, I remember a lot of chatter about what the IC title match was going to be, because last time they did a stadium show in the UK was SummerSlam 92. And of course, that was headlined with British Bulldog and Bret Hart for the IC title. So we were interested to know what it was going to be this time. And it was Gunther against Sheamus. And I remember thinking, like, well, that should be good. And the match we end up getting is like a banger. I can't remember if it got 5 stars. I remember it doing very, very well. Very, very well. And I remember like it being like one of the best matches of that year. So, you know, for me, Sheamus has one of the best matches of the pandemic era. He has one of the best matches that year with Clash at the Castle. Brawling Brutes, I wasn't crazy about it, honestly. They did it to try and bring through some young talent, didn't they? They wanted to get Pete Dunne established. They wanted to, you know, do something with Ridge Holland. It's obviously not worked, but, you know, a lot of established stars get kind of put in that situation. I mean, Bailey did with Damage Control, and now here's Sheamus with Brawling Brutes. And they don't mind doing it, you know, trying to bring through some young stars, but it just wasn't a part of his career that I loved, to be honest. But you go back to like some of his championship wins, world title wins, and some of his heel work that was so good. I mean, and the longevity of his career. Yeah, an absolute bona fide Hall of Fame, and no doubt whatsoever. I agree. Rapture said, do we think WWE making LA Knight in more matches like Money in the Bank, King of the Ring, Elimination Chamber, just to almost win, could potentially make crowds boo whenever he does win as a heel or a face? Well, if he does it as a heel, they'll boo. But I don't think the fans will boo if he finally does it and he's a face. I actually think they're potentially trying to go for that. You know, he's finally done. I mean, look, we've had conversations about LA Knight quite a few times. my view on LA Knight is that they brought him in to be an established star, someone that could kind of, work with young talent, put them over, get a bit of success himself. But in no way did they think he would be remotely close to a world title, right? I genuinely think they brought him in because it's just always good to have those people around. I mean, look at NXT. You got Shawn Spears. He's just on the NXT roster. He's not going to get called up. He's just there to work with talent, work with them. He's been in a group. He's been in a faction. He's put some people over. He's probably going to continue doing that now that he's been kicked out of the culling. And so LA Knight for me is someone that's got a lot of experience. He's got a few catchphrases. He's entertaining. He's good promo. Matches are fine. He ticks boxes. I think WWE looked at him and went, look, we can do something with this guy. Let's bring him in. We can do something with him. We can bring him in. He can be on the mid-card. Maybe he gets the IC belt. Maybe he gets the US title. Perhaps we put him in a tag team. He can put a few people over. It's good to have around. Yeah, let's pick him up. Let's have him. And so we bring him in. I think he comes to the main roster as Max Dupree and all that. They put him in a feud with Bray, which, Bray got the better of. Again, this is, I think, what he was brought in to do. Be a mouthpiece that can work with some talent. Gives Bray someone to beat. And so that's what happens. That's what we do. But then something unexpected happens. And what happened was that he got himself seriously over. His promos were very entertaining. His confidence in himself, he was a little bit of a throwback, where a lot of people are a little bit maybe bland. He had a lot of charisma. He had some great catchphrases, and the people took to him. People really, really took to him. And so I really, really would not be shocked to find out that in creative, they're like, what the hell's going on with LA Knight? What the hell was this? He's like, look where he is on merch sales. And actually it becoming a thing where it's like, what's going on here? And then, of course, you've got to try and figure out, is this permanent or is it just a flash in the pan? Is this like real or is it just like a fad? So I think they sort of kept going with him a bit and it showed it wasn't a fad. And so then I think I remember in 2023 that he got added to maybe a battle royal or something at SummerSlam. He got added to some match at SummerSlam that I don't think, and he won it. And I don't think that they had plans to do that. And so, he gets added into that. And so, he gets like a title match at Saudi against Roman. And, he starts getting added to things like Money in the Bank and Royal Rumble. And as you said, gets added to these things. We've had a couple of years now where, look, this is permanent. I mean, he's still getting great reactions now. It might not be as loud as it was a few years ago, but he's still over. And, they've got like a bigger star than they expected. I think it's an interesting situation because he's managed to get himself over. That's not the job that they had for him. And now they're sort of trying to figure out, how do we use him without him sort of being a top guy? Because we're not looking for him to be a top guy. And I think part of the reason for that is his age. I think WWE are trying to invest in, the next generation because they're looking at Cody, they're looking at Punk, they're looking at Roman, they're looking at these stars that are in their 40s, and they have, acknowledged that that's not ideal, right? We need people in their 30s, their 20s, their 30s to be in those spots. But you got to build people to that, right? We're building Oba, we're building Trick, we're building Bron Breakker, we're trying to get these people to that level. But you don't just put the belt on them and hope for the best, right? What you do is you build them and you get their numbers to be around the level of a main eventer. So when you put the belt on them, it feels natural, right? Yeah. And so we're building people to that. LA Knight is also in that kind of conversation. But he is like 43 43. I think he's going to be 44 in November. He does not have the longevity they're looking for. I mean, he might have 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. I'm not sure, but I don't think it ain't 10 years, right? Obafemi's 28, 29. I mean, Obafemi's got like 15 years plus. You know, Trick Williams has got 10 years. I think he's like in his early 30s. So, you know, the problem that LA Knight has got is if he was in his early 30s, I think we'd be having a very, very different conversation about LA Knight. I think we'd be having a very different conversation. But actually, we're in a situation where age-wise, there's not much to maximize. He is very much in the twilight of his career. Maybe you get 4 years out of him, 5 max, kind of a situation. I don't know that those would be injury-free because of his age. I mean, if you look at a lot of the people around that age, they pick up injuries and they're out for, you know, quite an extended time. Look at Sheamus, look at Randy, you know, because your body has just took too much punishment. So WWE are trying to build for the future. LA Knight's got himself over. It's hard. Someone somewhere has to make a decision of what do we do? Do we put the belt on LA Knight and just have a couple of years of him being around the title? Or are we going to keep building that younger talent, keep Cody and Punk where they are, build that? Someone's got to make that decision. You know, the truth is a chunk of you would go one way, a chunk of you would go the other way. There is no one universally accepted answer on this as to what the right thing to do is. LA Knight fans will tell you, no, there is. You put the belt on him. But then, you know, non-LA Knight fans will say, no. You know, just use him as someone that's over, that can generate interest, that can try and get the belt, just fall short. I think they will give him the world title at some point. But I think it's for him more so than for them. I think it's well done, you've earned this, you know, and it's a bit of a thank you and a bit of a let's do this for your fans because we know people want this. But it ain't for WWE's long-term benefit. It's going to be for him and it's going to be for his fans. So genuinely, that's how I see the situation. That's what I think has been happening. That's why I think WWE have not pulled the trigger. You can definitely make the argument they should have just done it back in like 2024, you know, when he was over. They should have just gone with it, and then he already would have had, you know, a couple of years already. But the truth is, they wanted Cody. I mean, Cody was the person they identified as being the guy they wanted to back. Cody was always going to get that belt from Roman, so there wasn't really a conversation to be had there. I suppose the argument is more, why go with Jay rather than LA Knight? Why go with Damian rather than LA Knight? I think Jay probably gets a bit more over than LA Knight does. Certainly if you look at the merch sales, Yeet shirts, Yeet glasses, the reactions, the Yeeting, the entrance, all of that. I think Jay probably gets a bit more over than LA Knight does. So I think that's why we go Jay. Plus it fits in with the Bloodline story. And I think in regards to Damian, I think the Latino thing and Latin America and trying to, you know, expand into that market, I do genuinely think that played a big part for him. I think if he did not have that as his heritage, as his background, I don't think Damian would have got the nod. So I think LA Knight, you know, maybe didn't quite get over to the same level as Jay and didn't benefit from being in the Bloodline. And I think he's not Latino, and so he didn't benefit from that. And I think that's why, you know, a couple of the tests that we've done have not been LA Knight. So I don't have a problem with LA Knight. I actually hope he does get the world title. I think he does deserve it. I think he's done a great job of getting himself over. I think his fans would love to see it. I think WWE are likely going to keep teasing him getting the title. But I do think at some point they will pull that trigger. I think at some point they will put that belt on him. And I think he will have earned it. But I even now, I think it would be more for him and his fans than it is for their long-term vision, if you will. Their long-term vision is Jacob, Ober, Trick, Bron Breakker. That's their long-term sort of vision. That's at the moment what they see their main event being. But yeah, I think LA Knight could get there eventually. Daze, if I'm restructuring WWE's Workcast, I'm going to have you as a commentator and Tommy Toy Travels as an announcer and Dave as an interviewer. Let's go. Ratcher said, would we pop if Johnny was to help Sami win by planking on the apron? And when the ref counts, as Cody pins Sami, Johnny puts his head on the ref's leg to distract, and then Sami wins with the roll-up pin. No. I would not. That sounds a little bit silly for a world title match for me. Destin said, here's my main event for SummerSlam. Roman Ober, Bloodline rules for the World Heavyweight Championship. CM Punk against Sami, unsanctioned match for the WWE Championship. Okay, I hear you. TJF said, Daze, we need another option. Brock taken the championship tonight. It's not a prediction, it's a spoiler. What, you think Brock's going to be added to the match? No word on that. I suppose it's not impossible, but haven't heard any chatter about Brock being on this show and getting added. So, well, if it happens, you will have called it. Hogan Cutter said, it's just another week where I'm just going to pray that someone turns heel. WWE only has got one heel that can get heat, and that's Logan. Can we get at least one heel, please, said Hogan Cutter. I hear you on that as well. I do think we've got a problem there, yeah. I do think we've got a problem there. Jasmine Christian said, the Shield is the better option for WWE future. New superstars are pushed hard. Theory doesn't deserve to be pushed for the future and becoming a legend. Not a Theory fan. Tristan said, what do you think about last night, the England game? Yeah, we touched on it. As I said, I was shattering, absolutely shattering. It's one of the most kind of dramatic England games I've ever seen. You know, we're talking about England surviving in the World Cup and moving forward. And I mean, they went down to 10. They took Harry Kane off to bring defenders on to survive. And make no mistake about it, that's what England were doing. You know, England had a strategy for that last 30 minutes. It was let's build a wall and just do whatever we can to get through this flipping game. If Mexico had scored to make it 3-3, we were cooked. We were done. We were out. Because it would have probably gone extra time. We had basically took a load of attackers off and brought a load of defenders on, which is not ideal if you need a goal in extra time, yeah, to have a load of defenders on the pitch. So that would have been a problem. But also, we were knackered. We were shattered. You know, we were defending with our lives. The tank was empty. There's no way we could have played another half an hour without, like, you know, conceding. I mean, mistakes would have crept in. We would have, you know, made a mistake. So it wasn't just that we were a goal up. Oh, even if you concede, it just goes extra time, penalties. Perhaps you win it on penalties. I was pretty sure if we conceded, we were done because extra time would have killed us. I'm sure. I'm absolutely adamant that we would have conceded in extra time because everyone was getting tired. You know, everyone's been talking about the altitude and the effects of the altitude. But, I mean, the work they put in. Oh, my God. They were just throwing their bodies in front of balls and doing whatever they could to survive. So, we were on empty. We were cooked. We were done. Even our manager after was like, that we've got through that on just will, heart. That's what's got us through. Just work rate, heart. And you go, oh, mate, let's not do that again. I mean, we were done. We were done. We took Harry Kane off. We took off like one of the world's best strikers, so just so we could get like more defensive players on. And we just built a flipping wonder wall. And we just built this flipping wall, and if that had got breached, we were cooked. So yeah, it was stressful to the max. I don't know. I mean, I think from what I've heard, it came across as a great game, even to the neutrals, even that people that didn't really have a team that they were rooting for. But I can tell you, as an England fan, it was absolute torture. The longest like half an hour I've ever watched football, and then you get like 11 added minutes, and you're like. And I must admit, even some of the decisions I did find very bizarre, very strange. But to be honest with you, they go to the pundits after in the UK, and they're like, no, it was a red card. And it was a penalty to Mexico. I mean, I've got a few doubts about the penalty to Mexico, to be honest, but whatever. It doesn't matter, does it? You know? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Whether it was, whether it wasn't. England go through, but no, zero banter to any Mexican supporters. I mean, all I'll say is that it was one of the greatest games I've seen. It was super stressful. A pleasure to watch. I thought Mexico did themselves proud. You know, England go 2-0 up. Could have started running away with it. I mean, in another universe, this could have gone 5-0 to England. You know, 2-0 up, Mexico's heads could have dropped. And we could have found a way of getting a third and a fourth and all that sort of stuff. They kept fighting. They got it to 2-1. Then England go 3-1. They get it to 3-2. Just couldn't get rid of the Mexicans. They showed so much fight. Maybe there was a lack of, skill in there, in the sense of, they had the man advantage and they had a lot of time to try and score. I mean, maybe a better team like France would have found a way. But so, maybe you could say there's, obviously a bit that's missing for Mexico still. But you can't question their effort. You can't question their heart. You can't question anything like that. They gave absolutely everything, just like England did, and gave the world a hell of a game. So yeah, it was magic. But oh my God, I felt as knackered as the players did, which is a concern because I didn't do anything. But gosh, I was so emotionally drained. I was so zapped. But then equally, it was like a decent time for me. A lot of people obviously can go to bed after that. But like for me, I'm meant to be up. That's my awake time. That's the time that's like now. I'm normally awake. So I did actually go to bed for a little bit, and that just threw my whole timing out. My whole body clock's gone to whack now. So I was late for the members stream because I'd overslept. So yeah, my whole body was just not in a good place, honestly. So I'm looking forward to watching tonight's show. Obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on the USA result. And then get some sleep. Get up tomorrow. I'm going to try and do Unseen. Do a member stream. Do NXT. I'm really desperately trying to get back to normal. Honestly, I give you my words. I am trying here to try and get back to some sort of normality. But there are these little obstacles like the flipping football that just got in the way yesterday. Although we are doing UFC this weekend. And I think it's going to roughly be on the same time as England-Norway. I'm doing UFC. I mean, I've work has to come first. So that's a shame though, isn't it? That is a shame. I need to have a look and see, if, and it's a big if, and I'm going to touch woods, and I'm not counting my chickens before they've hatched, but if England got to the World Cup final, I obviously need to watch that. So I need to have a look and see what day that's on and what that clashes with. I mean, you might have to excuse me if we don't do a UFC stream that night if it's on at the same time as the World Cup final. It would be really stupid to put any other sporting event on at the same time as the World Cup final, right? If England aren't in it, not as big of a problem, to be honest. But if England are in it, it'll be the biggest game of my life. England are going to have to get past Norway and then probably Argentina to get to the World Cup final. We need to win 2 games to get to the World Cup final. That's where we are right now. Norway, and then it's probably Argentina. It's one of Argentina, Egypt, Switzerland, or Colombia. One of those is going to get to the semi-final. I think all those games are tomorrow. Argentina, Egypt, Colombia, Switzerland. So, I mean, obviously, I'll be rooting for anyone but Argentina. I think with Messi, they would be the toughest challenge. So, I mean, I'll be hoping that Argentina do not succeed in their next couple of games. But to be honest, England have got to find a way past Norway, and that is going to be very difficult. So we're not counting any chickens. No one in the UK thinks Norway is going to be an easy game. So, yeah, Norway could absolutely dump England out. So that's going to be tricky. And obviously, USA, we said goodbye to Canada, which was a shame. I know we've got some Canadian friends with us. USA play in half an hour. So, big game against Belgium. Right. Daze, to me, the issues with the heel heat is that people like heels, and there's a limit to what they can do to get heat. My issue with Logan is that his heat was outside of WWE, which to me isn't good. Yeah, I agree. I think it's hard to book heels in the modern age, but I think their attempts have been pretty pitiful, to be honest. So, I think it can be done. You really just need someone that's really irritating. I think like Liv, for example, is pretty good because she's obviously very self-centered. You can see that she is not looking out for anyone but herself. I think the Trouble Trouble song is brilliant because I can't tell if she knows that it sucks. I genuinely don't know if she's done it because she genuinely thinks it's a good song and thinks it's cool and has just got it wrong, or if she has come up with one of the most annoying songs to annoy us, because I think the general consensus is it's not a very good song and it's annoying, but that just works. Her having a song that is annoying, that she loves and says is like amazing, but we all don't like it, and we find that is irritating, and that's quite clever. Like, I got to give her props. Do you know what I mean? The song will hit and people are like, oh my God, I hate this song. And she'll come out and she did that big dance number at WrestleMania for it and all this kind of stuff. Like, I think there's definitely some stuff that they're doing with heels like that I look at and go, yeah, that's pretty good. I can't tell if you meant it, but it's pretty good. So I think there are like things that, they can do even in this age to generate some heat and get some negative reactions. But by and large, they're not doing a great job with it, are they? I think Gunther's not in a bad place. People boo Gunther. People don't appreciate the fact that he tapped out John and, retired AJ Styles and all of that. Plus, Gunther's quite happy to berate the crowd and go off on the fans. So I think Gunther feels to me like a true heel. I really think it is possible. I do think there's probably some extra challenges in 2026 compared to certainly the 80s, where we could just have Iron Sheik. I mean, if this was the 80s, we would probably have someone from Iran. Like the Iron Sheik in WWE right now, talking about how Iran is being mistreated, and that would generate the heat. But we can't really do that in this day and age now, and it's a bit tasteless, of course. So yeah, it's a different time. So when we say, in 2026, what we mean is, the world we're in now is not the same, doesn't have the same acceptance or doesn't allow for the same things as the world did in the 80s and early 90s. So it's a little bit more challenging. People get so offended now as well, but I don't know, you can sort of use that to your advantage. People get offended by a lot of things. So if you offend someone, you're going to generate heat. So in a way, you would think that it should also, in a roundabout way, be quite easy to be a heel because people get so easily offended now that, you should be able to generate that heat. So I agree. I think there is a problem with a lack of heels. I think it's on purpose, though. For some reason, Triple H loves, and I don't get it, I don't understand, but Triple H loves his heels to be justified in their actions. I think, honestly, it's probably because he was a heel and he was being asked to do stuff that he couldn't explain. Why am I doing this? You know, he did an interview where he said, you know, the days of tying someone to the railway tracks and twiddling the moustache and just being a heel for the sake of being a heel, those days are done. And it's like, yeah, but we do need that. We do need bad people. There are bad people in the world. There are people that are just out for themselves, that don't give a damn about anyone else, that will just do whatever they need to do to get ahead. Those people exist. Sometimes their actions don't need justifying as long as they benefit from them. That's all that matters. So, you know, I don't think it needs to be more complicated than that. For me, wrestling is always a reflection of the real world that we live in. And the real world has got good people, good-hearted people, people that do stuff for charity and, you know, will do a good deed and will look out for their friends and, you know, good people. And then you've got people that are literally out for themselves, that don't give a damn about anyone else, that will screw people over at the drop of a hat. You know, TKO, yeah? So, for me, like, we should be able to reflect that on the roster, but Triple H, for some reason, likes his heels to sort of be warranted in what they say. Like Drew, as we've said, or Kevin Owens, where, you know, or even Sami, where you can see their point of view. And all it does is muddy the water. All of a sudden, they're not heels, they're tweeners. And actually, some people can see their point of view and some people disagree. And it just makes them messy, muddy. And it seems to be because Triple H doesn't like his heels being unjustified in their actions. I'd love to sit him down and probe him on that, because I think that's a fundamental flaw with WWE. I think that is a self-induced issue. That is something they've inflicted on themselves. That is not something that they need to do. They can definitely turn the dial up on the heel dial, right? There's plenty of people in the world that are just out for themselves, that just will screw people over. I mean, think of the people that scam elderly people, you know? There's people in the world that will do that, that will happily call up an old person and try and cheat them out their life savings because they financially benefit from doing that. They don't give a damn about these people being, you know, like losing their life savings, or what it's going to mean to their lives or their families, and how it's going to ruin their lives. These people exist. You can reflect this in WWE. So, I don't know. That's one you'd have to ask him. But I agree. I think that there is work that needs to be done with the heels. Connor said, did you hear Harry Kane's voice at the end? I did, yeah. I did. It was actually on the TV over here in the UK. I don't know if it got shown globally, but he was singing Wonderwall to the fans, completely lost his voice. If you haven't seen the Harry Kane interview, you got to check it out, because he is just like, all squeaky and everything. So, like, proper pubs are packed. They've just played this game. Amazing. They go to do an interview with Harry Kane after, completely lost his voice, and he just squeaks. And when I say squeaks, like, he squeaks like a puppet would through this interview. And it is hysterical. It is just so funny. It's gone viral as well. So, yeah, as entertaining as the game was, the interview after might have been even better. You're right. Is it going to be Argentina or Colombia, says AB. Let's call one of the biggest games. I'm here to ruin it. USA is going to break destinies tonight. Argentina, Colombia could be the quarterfinal. I don't think Egypt are going to be complete pushovers. I think that there'll be a challenge. Switzerland as well are not easy. I mean, one thing about Switzerland is they're very well organised. You know, they've actually knocked a lot of people out of tournaments in recent years. Big teams, because they just keep it tight, keep it simple. They've got the good players that can hit you on the counter. And they've got the ability to take it to penalties. They've knocked a few teams out on penalties, Switzerland. I think Colombia have got a tricky game there against the Swiss. I do think Colombia have got a bit too much swagger to go out. I think that they should hopefully find a way. I think Argentina, Colombia would be the sexy game in the next round. I think people would be more into watching that than, say, Egypt, Switzerland. But yeah, make no mistake about it. It's a tricky little game for Argentina. Egypt's not a bad team. Got Mo Salah, of course. So, yeah, those games will be interesting. Daze, what do we think is the best Sheamus moment of his career? It's got to be him winning the World Championship, hasn't it? Winning the WWE Championship. I would imagine he would probably say the same. He was actually a multiple-time world champion, of course. So he got it on more than one occasion, but he kind of couldn't reach those heights. He had a lot of early success. And then, of course, after that, just sort of found himself bobbing around. By the time we get to the pandemic, by the time we get to the end of the 2010s, it's kind of done really in that position. I don't think really since the pandemic it's really been that kind to him. But as we said, Clash at the Castle, the feud with Drew, definitely some good stuff. But his highlight's got to be winning the top titles. Certainly the WWE title. Do we think he goes in the Hall of Fame? Of course, definitely. Not yet, though. I mean, I think there's probably a little bit of bad bloods. I think Sheamus is probably not in a good place with WWE right now. He feels like he should be allowed that final run, which I agree. And he should be able to maybe get the IC title that he, deserves it. But I don't know. It's a difficult road to go down, that whole deserving it road, because where do you draw the line? Who deserves what? I mean, did he deserve to have the length of career that he had? Did he deserve to get paid the millions and millions that he got paid? I don't know. I mean, like, what do you deserve? Who deserves what? So, I don't know. I think I would have liked to have seen it. I can word it that way. I would have liked for him to have had a run with the IC title, or at least got to it and then retired. So there's probably some ill will. There's probably some bad feelings. I hope there isn't. I hope he looks back on his time as being just like amazing, because who in this life gets to be a WWE superstar? Gets to be on the main roster for as long as he was, gets to travel the world, gets to do the job they love, gets to have the success that he has had. I mean, he has had a career. If you think of the thousands and thousands of wrestlers that have competed over the years, right? I couldn't even tell you the number. I don't even know how many wrestlers there's ever been. But if you add up all those on the indies and everyone that, wanted to be a wrestler, he's one of, like, I don't even know, 50-something people that have won the WWE Championship. I think there's only been 50-something WWE champions. So he's, of all the thousands and thousands and thousands of wrestlers, he's one of only, like, a tiny amount to ever achieve that. He's had a hell of a career. Hell of a career. I'm sure if he is upset right now, with time, he will, look back and go, that was one hell of a run. I got everything out of that I could, to be honest. Had a hell of a career. And it might not be done. I mean, he might find his way to AEW or, MLW or New Japan, or I don't know. I don't know what the future's going to hold, whether he's going to call it quits, maybe just focus on his YouTube channel, or if he feels like he's got a little left in the tank and he's going to sign somewhere. I don't know. But he definitely has left his mark on the wrestling world. Cameron, shout out to you, my friends. That England-Mexico game was close and crazy. I'm rooting for US to get the job done against Belgium. I have got 200 on the game going over 2.5 goals. Really? Cameron, shout out to you, my friends. Yes, big night for the US. Over 2.5 goals. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it could happen, because I don't think either defense is amazing. I mean, I think if you look at America, I feel like their strength is Balogun and McKennie and Pulisic and Adams and, you know, those kind of players in the midfield and up front. That feels like the strongest part of the American team to me. If I look at the back line, I don't even think I could name your centre-backs. I know you got Robinson, and is it Dest? So I don't even think I could name your centre-backs. So for me, I don't feel like America is rock solid when it comes to the defense. That's not offensive. I'm not being offensive. I'd say the exact same thing about England, who did concede 2 goals against Mexico. But yeah, so I think you can get at the US. And Belgium, I think exactly the same. Although they do have one of the world's great goalkeepers in Courtois. I mean, you can score past Courtois, but you don't want it going penalties. You don't want penalties against Belgium because he is arguably the best goalkeeper in the world. So you don't want to have to face that. So America, get the job done before penalties. If it goes penalties, it's not impossible, but it's just not ideal. You don't want to be facing Courtois, you know? So, yeah, you could be right. There could be goals in this. There could be goals in this. Because if I think about Belgium and I think about their strength, I don't think about their back line either. I do think they got a great goalkeeper, but that's only worth so much, you know? Every goalkeeper gets beaten. Every goalkeeper concedes. The goalkeeper's really only as good as the defense in front of it. The goalkeeper can only make so many saves. So before they, you know, get beaten. So yeah, I think there's definitely goals in this. Over 2.5, 200 and over 2.5. It's probably not a bad shout, you know. I'll be rooting for you on that one. I'll be hoping there's goals in this thing. So I think we found, didn't we, that Spain went through. So the winner of this will play Spain in the next round. So I don't know if USA can do it here. That would obviously be huge, but getting past Spain in the next round, that's different gravy. Spain are like second favourites to win this thing, and at one point they were favourites. So it's only because they haven't really shone, but they've yet to concede, Spain. I don't think Spain have conceded a goal. And they've just played Portugal, who was many people's pick for the tournament. Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. But take it one step at a time. So Belgium tonight, let's see what USA can do. So Cameron, shout out to you, my friend. Big Time said TKO might be looking at a broader picture, keeping in mind the Netflix opt-out cause, ESPN not thrilled, USA no guarantees. If we look at the NXT PLEs being on YouTube until CW picked it up, says Big Time. Hannah said, Daze, what a revolutionary showdown it will be if USA take on England in the final of the World Cup, where USA play real American. But I'm hoping Colombia is going to win it all, says Hannah. I mean, I don't think there's too much danger of USA-England final, to be honest. I think if we get to that, it will be, you know, one of the most shocking World Cups ever. Because there ain't no one that's given USA much of a chance to get to the final, right? I mean, USA are going to be heavy underdogs against Spain. And chances are, if you get past Spain, you've then got France, probably, in the semi-finals. I mean, Jesus, if USA get to the final, they deserve it. They absolutely deserve it, because they will have had to have got past Spain and probably France. Number 1 and number 2 favourites. For England, we're going to have to get past Norway, which is going to be a flipping nightmare, because they just knocked out Brazil. And then probably Argentina, which are the current world champions. They're looking pretty good. They're maybe not, you know, looking mind-blowing, but with Messi on the fields, I mean, you've always got a chance. So, well, not even a chance. I don't even know who the favourite would be there. Genuinely, England, Argentina, I think would be a pick'em. I think it would be a pick'em. Maybe even an Argentina lean. I don't even know what's left of England. Do you know what I mean? We had a player injured when he celebrated. I don't know if you heard, but we were singing Wonderwall. We had all the fans and they were singing. One of our players jumped over the advertising thing as he was going back on the pitch, fell over, seemingly has broken his wrist. He's gone to hospital in Mexico. I mean, thankfully, it's someone that doesn't really play. He's part of our team, is a player. But he's only played like 6 minutes so far. But he got injured celebrating. He also got a yellow card when he wasn't on the pitch. He was like on the side, like, you know, having a go at someone. Referee saw him, gave him a yellow card, but he wasn't even playing. He was a sub. And he had his bib on and everything, and he got a yellow card. This dude managed to play 0 minutes, and he managed to pick up a yellow card and then pick up an injury, which has probably ruled him out the World Cup. I mean, that is impressive. Come on. That is quite the day out, isn't it? 0 minutes played, but you get a yellow card and your World Cup is over because you've picked up an injury and you did not play. That is amazing. That is amazing. So, I mean, we're doing our best here, yeah? Our players are doing their absolute best to try and make sure that we have no chance of progressing in this. We're getting cards when we're not playing. We're injuring ourselves when we're not playing. I mean, it is. So, if England can get to the final, I'll be stunned. If USA can get past Spain and France, I'll be stunned. So, I don't think there's much danger of USA-England, to be honest. I'll take it, though. If I was offered it right now, I would snap your hand off for it. Corey said USA can beat Spain, but it wouldn't be a walk in the park. Well, listen, it's sport. Anything can happen in sport. But Spain are the current European champions. They were the favourites to win the World Cup. They've yet to concede a goal. USA would be heavy underdogs. Yeah, I mean, if you was to win tonight and play Spain, if you beat Spain, it's one of the biggest upsets in World Cup history. Right? I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just being honest. Like, it's one of the biggest upsets because Spain are currently second favourites, current European champions. If we look at where USA were on the odds of winning the World Cup before the World Cup started, you know, I don't even think they were in the top 10 of the 40 teams. So, you know, to get to that sort of quarter-final stage and knock out a team like that, massive upset. So, yeah, you can. It's sport. And USA obviously have got the advantage of being at home. You've got a great manager as well in Pochettino. So, yes. You know, I think, isn't your slogan like, why not, or something like this? Why can't it be us? Is like the rallying cry for the USA team. Yeah, you got to have that mentality. You know, there will be plenty of people in the world that will say, no chance, right? You're dreaming. No way. Ain't happening. What's the point in having that mentality? What's the point in having that mindset? You've got to believe, haven't you? If you don't believe, then ain't no one believing. So, you know, your team needs to believe, your players need to believe. And yeah, you've just got to take each game as it comes. So I wouldn't be thinking about Spain when you've got Belgium in front of you in 9 minutes. But, you know, I think you can get past Belgium. I don't know that you do get past Belgium. I think it's going to be really difficult. Belgium are not quite the team they were, but they've still got players. Trossard, Tielemans, you know, I don't really rate Lukaku anymore, to be honest. I don't think he's, you know, as big of a threat. De Bruyne, I think De Bruyne's still playing. I don't think he's out or anything. So, you know, they've got some players here. This is not easy for USA tonight. I don't even know who the favourite is, actually. It's got to be close. It's got to be close. So I don't know who the favourite is. It's got to be close. But yeah, get past Belgium. That's a great result for USA. Great result. And then, you know, worry about Spain, where, if and when, you know. Focus on tonight because you got a job to do tonight. Llama, famous, ladies, man guy. Hello. Daze, have we heard that Jake and his wife got a divorce after 12 years. People are saying Jada Parker. Oh, what? Jey Uso? Jey Uso. Yeah, I heard that he'd separated with his wife quite a while ago, yeah. So, yeah, I can believe that. He's been seeing Jada. I don't think that's been much of a secret, to be honest. One Dark Horse said, is USA doing good or not? I'm not really into soccer. Yes, they are. They are doing good. They have managed to get to the round of 16, so there's only 16 teams left. If they win in 7 minutes, the game will start. If they beat Belgium tonight, they'll be down to the final 8. There'll only be 8 teams. As we said, tough challenge next, though. It is Spain next if they win. But yeah, I think they've won the games you would expect them to win. They have got to what I would think would be roughly where we would expect them to get to. I mean, I did my bracket before this tournament started. I had them getting here. I can't remember if I got them getting past this point. I can't remember. But then the bracket I predicted isn't quite what has happened, of course. So it's hard to remember. But I think here or the next round is roughly where you would think they would get to. I mean, look, Canada and Mexico have just gone out at this stage. I think USA would want to, better that. They would want to be at least there or better. So them getting to this point is really good. Of course, you can't do any more than get to this point. But USA, of course, are going to want to go further. They're not going to want to go out the same stage as Mexico and Canada. They're going to want to take that one step further to give them maybe some bragging rights. And at least go into the game with Spain. So, yeah, they have done well. They have. I think there's a lot of people that have looked at US and gone, yeah, fair play. Didn't know what to expect from them because I think they'd had a few struggles coming into the tournament. I mean, I sometimes watch ESPN football little videos, and I've heard Pochettino getting criticised quite a bit, and USA getting some pretty bad results or some maybe not quite shining, and some questions around don't know what the World Cup's going to look like, and USA, going to turn up. But they've definitely turned up. And I think they've definitely... And it's always good when the host nations do well, because I think there's a lot of people that don't watch the World Cup, don't care about soccer. And, I think for USA to do well, for it to really grab the nation, for people to go, I don't know what this is, but I'll give it a look, is just good, isn't it, really? It's good. I mean, I feel like the World Cup's like a party that the world is celebrating. It's just good to have as many people involved as possible. So, yeah, USA have done good. But I think if this is to be a tournament that's really remembered, if this is going to be a tournament that people look back on and go, wow, that was just magical. I do feel like going out at this point might not have achieved it. I think if they go out tonight, we would say they did well. They gave a good account of themselves. But they kind of went out at the stage we thought they would go out. I feel like going out at the same stage as Canada and the same stage as Mexico, I don't know. There's no real bragging right there, is there? You've just kind of gone out at the same point the other hosts went out. Like, that's why I think tonight's quite important. Obviously, it's just important anyway, but USA want to have that bragging right of getting to at least one more round further. So, big night for USA. I know many of you are going to be tuning into that. All I'll say is just keep us on in the background. It helps with the channel. But also, I can tell you what's going on with the wrestling as well. So let me just grab some water. We got 3 minutes and then Raw is going to begin. Let's get some water. Okie dokie. Let's go. Right. Days, Germany aren't going to be enjoying playing anytime soon. That's true. But they're going to get Klopp as manager. They're going to be a team that wins everything, I predict, says Edward. Hello, Edwards. Hope you're doing well. Well, you say that, Edwards. They can only do what they can do with the players that they've got. And I think the problem Germany's got is that they just don't have the players, the quality. They've got a really good team, and it's a team that should have done better than it did, but a team that's going to win Euros and is going to win World Cups, and good managers only going to get you so far. Look at Ancelotti in Brazil, you know? So I think this is obviously a big improvement for Germany to have Klopp in as manager. Of course it is, but I'm not sure I can agree that this is going to get them, you know, championships. You know, all of a sudden they're going to be beating France, they're going to be beating Spain, they're going to be getting the better of England and Tuchel. I mean, I've got to think Thomas Tuchel has learnt some big lessons from this tournament. You know, he has just had a real crash course with really finding out where England are, what they're lacking, you know, what they need. And I think he's going to really be looking at plugging those gaps as we move forwards. I think this has been a really good tournament for England in the sense of they've got to the quarters. It's an opponent that, you know, it's we're probably going to go in maybe as slight favourites. So not taking anything for granted, though. Norway can absolutely win that game. But I think he's learned a lot about his team. And I think he's looking maybe at the wingers. I think he's certainly looking at right back. And I think he's looking at like, yeah, this was my problem in the World Cup. This is what we're missing. This is what we need. And actually, the Euros are going to be in England next time, in 2 years. They're going to be, I think, isn't it Scotland, Wales, England, Ireland, like the home nations? I think it's all over the UK. I mean, I've got to think that's great for all of us. I mean, hopefully we're all going to qualify for that and be allowed in that. I think if host nations all get to go in. So, I don't know, man. I don't know that Klopp coming in is just going to magically result in championships and whatnot. But he will definitely be a positive for them. I mean, that is certainly not something I was celebrating when I saw it. Okay, let's go. Triple H long-term plan is Cody and more Cody, says Robbie. Corey said, then, now, forever, depressed. Oh, we got some sadness in the chat. Days, Bellingham's been amazing. If you didn't know, he's from Stourbridge. Do you know what? This is mental. I watched Central News because I'm sure it's the same in America that you have regional news, yeah? Well, where I live, it's Central News, right? So I was watching Central News and they went to the pub closest to the house that I grew up in. Literally, in my house, down the road, there was a pub called the Gig Mill. And they were there, Central News were there. They were in the Gig Mill last night in Stourbridge talking to the landlords about how the night had gone, because obviously the game was on at 2 a.m. here, and the pubs were allowed to stay open till 5 a.m. and they were at the Gig Mill, and it was mental. It's mental. I tune into my TV, and I see Stourbridge coverage because of Bellingham now. Stourbridge has never been mentioned so much ever. I flipping love it. Me and Jude Bellingham, for those that don't know, I don't like to mention it, but me and Jude Bellingham are from the exact same town. I think there's only 60,000 people in that town. It's just a town in the West Midlands, but he came from Stourbridge, and so did I. We're basically two of the greats. We're two of the Stourbridge greats. Oh, I'm so proud of him. I flipping love him. I've never met him. I'd love to meet him. Shake his hand. I said hand, by the way. Anyway. There's Oba. Big cheer for Oba. We are underway with this week's Raw. Oh, I was going to set up the game on my phone. Two things. WWE has done bad job with Dominic. He never defends that mega championship. You'd even forget he was champion. And heels. They never get the better of the faces in major feuds, said Rapturous. Thank you, Rapturous. There's Sami. Sami arriving. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beeping his horn. Oh, I can have the game on.
That's something that the USA do well. They drive the tempo.
Nice. Got the game. Let's go. Sami arriving then. Beep, 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 beep. Beeping his horn. What are USA in? They're in black. Good to see you, champ. Oh, here's Cody. I bet you think tonight's your night to just jump straight back in. And Golden Boy's going to be champ again. It ain't happening. Cody says you're right. I am going to take that belt back. We got CM Punk chance. Oh, Gunther! Gunther attacking Cody. Whoa! Well, Gunther just planted Cody through a table. You're welcome. You're a fluke. Oh my God! Oh, well, I don't even know what he hit. I couldn't see what there's blood coming down the side of the face of Cody. Gunther just kicked a car door. Oh, Gunther kicked a car door, but I don't know what it hit. I don't know if it hit his arm, if it hit his head. It couldn't have been his head. Couldn't have been his... I know there's blood coming down here, but the force he kicked that car door with couldn't have been his head. Maybe they want me to believe it was his head, but there ain't no way. We'll keep you updated. Well, what's that going to mean? Are we going to do Gunther... Sami now. Why would Gunther be rewarded with a title match after that? You know? Why? But we've done it before, haven't we? I don't know, man. Is Cody going to be good in a couple of hours after that attack? Jeez Louise. Right, Seth making his way down to the ring. It's all happening. I saw there was a save in the game whilst that was happening, but I don't know who saved. But it looked like a hell of a save. I just caught it in the corner of my eye. Okay. Seth making his way down. Vlogs Hello said there's a new CM Punk shirt that got released in the arena for tonight's show. Right. I mean, I'll be stunned if he doesn't... I'll be stunned if he doesn't make a return tonight. That's a sick open, though, in all fairness. I really do like that open. It's immediately grabbed my attention. It's left me with some questions. Seth in the ring. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Right, we were talking about this segment before. I would kind of like a little bit of that meat. I would kind of like to hear from Seth now, a little bit about what this match means to him, why it's important, all of that good stuff. Seth in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. Cody Rhodes, if you are just joining us, Cody Rhodes has been murked by Gunther. We don't know if it's bad enough for him to be out of the match, though. Crowd are woeing away. Chicago. I get the sense that this is going to have real pace to it. I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. Freaking Rollins. I love this building, says Seth. Big cheer for that. This building seems to love Seth. That sparks some CM Punk chants. CM Punk. CM Punk. He encourages it. I get it. Get it out your system. There are reports. Tonight on Raw, it seems like there's going to be an overarching story that's going to be told to do with the WWE title match. There's going to be several segments that come in from Fightful. So Fightful reporting that there is going to be some twists and turns here. Goal for Belgium. Okay, Seth in the ring. OTC chants. Obligatory OTC chants. Roman is not here tonight, says Seth. Roman didn't come here. Roman didn't come here because he either A, didn't think it did anything for him to be here, or B, the check wasn't big enough. Shield debuted as a trio. There was 3 of us. It was made clear Roman was the chosen one. Roman was going to be the guy. It didn't matter if he couldn't cut a promo. Didn't matter if he couldn't wrestle his way out of a paper bag. It was always going to be Roman. Seth said that didn't sit right with me. There's a little boy here. He's 9. There's a little boy here. 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know how old he is. Oh, apparently he's 9. How do you look at a 9-year-old and go, 4? All I wanted to do was to walk down that ramp, hold this microphone, get in this ring. I wanted to main event WrestleMania. I wanted to be the biggest star. I find this promo quite slow. The delivery is quite slow. I thought Roman and I were running the same race, but I was wrong. It's the segment I wanted. It's not the content I wanted. He worked 10 times less than I did, but earned 10 times more than I did. He said that with such bravado, it made me want to puke. It was never about the money for me. The reward was the work, and the fans respond well to that line. It was the hustle, it was the grind. Roman has to beat me at SummerSlam. This is good. Why has he got to beat me? Because Roman has to justify. Roman has to justify his not a frauds. LA Knight interrupts. Let's have a look, see what LA Knight's got to say. It's gone the way I wanted. It really isn't the promo I was looking for. Okay, so LA Knight getting into the ring. We can talk about the promo, what was in it, what was not in it, when we get to commercial break. Let's see what LA Knight's going to bring to this. We're 18 minutes into the show so far. Seth is levels above Roman since day one in ring on the mic. Not because of family or being Vince's golden boy, said TJF. Beast Mode said he's going to beat him at SummerSlam, cementing Roman's legacy as the best wrestler. What, Roman's winning? LA Knight chants in the chat right now. Okay, LA Knight in the ring. He's got a microphone. Let me talk to you. LA Knight said Jim and Roman bored everyone to sleep with the same trash. I thought it was a good segment. You did lose in the first round of King of the Ring, didn't you? Said LA Knight. I lost in the first round as well. Okay, so LA Knight's like, hang on, why are you going to get this title opportunity? You haven't earned it. Got LA Knight chants. Little bit of fire from LA Knight is appreciated from the Chicago crowds. The clock's not in my favor, says LA Knight. LA Knight's trying to take credit for when WWE had its boom period. It's like, I'll give Cody some credit, I'll give Roman some credit, but... Roman and the Bloodline are trying to push LA Knight down. You can't stop me. You won't stop me. I will rise because I must rise. Are you done, says Seth. LA Knight, chance. I think, I think this promo really sums up LA Knight for me. I think his delivery is excellent. I think what he says is not... That sums it up. Seth says, I don't like you. I respect you. Your hard work. Your hustle. I believe your time will come. You can be the first person I'll put in the dirt when I get the title, says Seth. Wow, that was long. I mean, honestly, 24 minutes into this show, and all we've had is like a big promo exchange. Oh, we're not quite done. Crowd are reacting. LA Knight turns around. Super kick. Is that Jimmy? Yeah, Jimmy. Lays out LA. Okay, let's get let's rate it. What did you think about that whole opening segment? Let's get to people's thoughts. We're backstage. Adam Pearce having a go at Gunther. Here, oh, Nick Aldis is back. Nick Aldis is here. All right, Gunther's being told to leave. Are you trying to stay on permanent leave? Oof. Oof. Are we actually going to build to Nick Aldis, Adam Pearce? We've now got both of the GMs getting going at each other. Okay, Street Profits coming down. We're following up that big opening promo segment with the tag titles. Wow. I mean, I will say quite a bit to unpack here. Street Profits making their way down. Okay. LA Knight is the Bruce Campbell of WWE, said AJG. Billy said, you failed as a wrestler, says Gunther to Nick. They're definitely having a match. AB said, Raw in Chicago just hits differently. The city is buzzing. The vision sucks, says Jojo. Rapture said, Daze, Seth would be a perfect worker at a restaurant, as you could get away with paying less for your kids. That's a good line. That is a good line. Look at this 4, 5, 6-year-old over here. He's 9. That is very true. You could get away with paying for less. Right, Street Profits are making their way down. Get your thoughts in for that opening segment. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spend too long talking about it. I think that Seth had a lot of time to talk. I thought that his delivery was quite slow. I thought that the points he was making were very basic. I think this crowd would have popped if you'd have just mentioned Dean Ambrose, you know? What is going on right now? Montez is right in front of a security guy. I don't know what this is. Montez is gyrating in front of a security guy that's just sat down. Oh my God, that security guy just got way more than he bargained for. Mate, you need to see that. There's a security guy that's just sat in a chair in front of a barricades. Montez is like doing all this in front of him. And the security guy's like, please end. I don't know what's happening. I did not sign up for this, but please. There we go. Montez having a little bit of fun. I'm not sure the security guy was having fun, but yeah, so anyway, what I was going to say was there would have been a big pop if he'd have just mentioned Dean Ambrose. If he'd have just said the name, there would have been a big reaction. And he didn't. I mean, I understand he's an AEW superstar, but that's the whole point. It is like, oh, he's mentioned Dean, you know? There was nothing that really got reactions from the crowds. It was just waffle, 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 waffle. I think it would have been really interesting if there was something we didn't know about their relationship, or something we didn't know about the Shield days, or something we didn't know that he could have sort of revealed and told us. And, you know, that would have got the crowd like, where's this going? It would have been a bit more engaging. I think a Dean Ambrose mention would have got a reaction. But actually, the promo we get is just waffle, waffle, waffle. And listen, waffle recognizes waffle, yeah? I know what waffling looks like, yeah? I have a master's in it. So, yeah, I think I don't mind him having that time, but it's more how you use that time. Did that make you want to watch this match more? Did it succeed with that? Maybe. It didn't for me. I was pretty excited for it anyway, so I suppose my bar is quite high. But I can't say that it got me more excited. I can't say that I'm sat here like super pumped. It's you know, now I can't wait to see the match even more than I was excited anyway. So, oh hello, we got the Vision. We're backstage. We're back from commercial break. We've got Theory, and we've got Bron Breakker, and we've got Logan. So we've got some sort of group backstage. Jackie Redmond just having a word with them. As we said, we're back from commercial break. Let's see what gets said. What pressure are you feeling? Oh, here's Heyman. You didn't take out Seth. You didn't take out Joe Hendry. 1-1 in the game. Okay, Paul Heyman says, come back with something worthy of your wise man, or don't come back at all. Big segment there backstage with Heyman. Come back with something worthy of your wise man, or don't come back at all. That has raised the stakes. That has raised the stakes here for this, hasn't it? I mean, I don't think they're doing it. I don't think the Vision are winning the belts here. Can we please just fire Logan, says Connor. Could this lead to like Raw SmackDown, or is that unrealistic, said RTX? I don't think it's unrealistic. I don't know that it's going that way. It could definitely be leading to the two GMs having a match. I think that's more realistic. I think it's more realistic than Gunther Nick Aldis feels. Here we go. Bell has sounded. We are underway. Okay, we need to end the poll in a second. Oh, another goal. Goals galore. Cameron. I think you've done it, haven't you, buds? We thought there'd be goals in this. But USA equalise. Belgium pull ahead. Looks like we got a banger of a game. Banger of a game going on. Okay, Street Profits over in the call. I haven't seen the goal yet, the other goal. Cross, head. Nice. Street Profits versus Vision. Yeah, before we could even talk about it being 1-1, it's 2-1. Jeez Louise. Okay, we're ending the poll. Street Profits Vision underway. 42, 7, 10, and... Oh, very, very close. Comes out as good 93. Doesn't really tell the true story there because 42% of you said it was good. 41% said it was great. So it is good that wins it. It is good that wins it. But very close between good and great. Shoulder being driven in there by Theory. Bron Breakker coming over. Let's have a look. Let's see what you lot think. Who is getting the tag titles? Who leaves as champs? Dawkins. Dropkick. Vision. Street Profits. Boom. Big boot there by Dawkins. Okay, against ropes, Bron Breakker. Over the other side. Picking up speed. Big clothesline. Down. Down goes Dawkins. Okay, that might be commercial spot. It is. We're going to sort of stay with it, but... Okay. Matt Pete said, this is why the polls are off. A few people rate it great instead of all time, and then the whole thing can flip, says Mayor Pete. That's the poll, isn't it? If people think it's all time, then they think, it's all time. They're entitled to vote the way they want. James said, Daze, is it me or has Dawkins toned up? Yeah, no, he's toned up, definitely. TJF said, I've tagged you in a Cody picture in a Montez video. Thank you, TJF. Mr. Musel said, the Vision are so stupid and are so boring. Jasmine said, Street Profits. Seth Rollins turned heel on the Street Profits for kicking him in the face and walking away, revealing that Roman was right. You think Seth is turning on the Street Profits? Not sure. I think Seth's a babyface right now. Kick coming into the midsection. Logan on the outside. We got just under 2 minutes left to go. The Vision is like the Shield in their prime, says Fit. I don't think so. I'm not sure too many people are saying that. Some people might be saying that, but I don't know too many people are saying that. Bron Breakker in control. Elbow coming into the midsection. I think it's really interesting, Heyman having that word with Bron Breakker, you know, about how Bron Breakker couldn't beat Seth. I think it's one thing for Austin Theory to not get, a win over, was it LA Knight? It's one thing for him to fall short and for Heyman to have a word with him, but for Bron Breakker to sort of get a little bit of Paul Heyman's wrath is very interesting. Do you remember when, like, Heyman was, like, kind of a bit fearful of Brock and a bit fearful of Roman? He's not showing any fear of Bron Breakker, which I think is quite interesting. Right, we ain't Logan chants ringing out right now. Beast Mode said he is babyface, says Beast Modes. Vision is the Shields, says Kada, laughing. Come on, Street Profits, says Connor. What is a perfect 5 or 6 match card, says Sa Miranda. I don't know, but I don't really have a perfect match card. I'm quite interested in watching where the stories sort of play to. I mean, I'd like to see things like Ilya against Gunther. That's always been a banger. So, I mean, I'd definitely be down for that. I don't know that I've really got dream matches in the women's division, to be honest with you. Obviously, Oba and Roman is the match everyone wants. So, I mean, you know, I'd definitely take that as well. I don't really have a list of, like, dream matches. I don't even think I've got any for the women's division. I am very interested in where Lyra's going at the moment, though. Very interested to see what this version of Lyra is going to look like. So, not down on her and Bayley. We should get a bit more of that. Oh, big crossbody there by Montez. We're back from commercial break here. Shoulder up by Bron Breakker. The football is coming up to 40 minutes, and it's 2-1 Belgium at the moment. Still a long way to go with that game, though. And still only 1 goal in it, so America's still very much in it. Theory going for a clothesline, no joy. Big knee there by Montez. Tag being made. Here's Dawkins. He's got Theory up on his shoulders. Big blockbuster there by Montez. Dawkins going for the pin. 1, 2, and Bron Breakker just makes the save. Just makes the save. Right now, Montez with Bron. Chucks him over to the outside. Dawkins. Big kick coming in. Big shot. Picks him up. Bang. Drives him down. Both are down. RTX said if we get Nick versus Aldis, you mean Adam Pearce, would we want a stipulation? Not particularly. I just think it'd be a good final match for the two of them. Brass knucks. Oh, there was one set of brass knucks. There's another set that's been brought into the ring. So yeah, RTX, not really. I like them both as GMs. So I wouldn't really want either to like lose their job or anything. I don't think it would need a Hell in a Cell or anything like that. I think just seeing them both in a match would be enough. I think it'd just be a bragging rights thing. Okay, we've still got these brass knucks. It looks like Dawkins has got them in his hand. Look, Logan's trying to get the referee's attention. Dawkins, if Dawkins uses them, well, he gets DQ'd. Maxine with a low blow. Maxine with a low blow. 1, 2, 3. We do have new champs. And it is all thanks to Maxine. Wow, it looked like last week we were done with the Vision. It looked like it was over. And it doesn't look that way right now. Maxine with a low blow. New World Tag Champs. She runs over, jumps on Theory, gives him a big kiss. So there we go. Maxine and Theory are together. I think it's a good move for Maxine. I think it's a good move. I think Maxine gets heat. People aren't crazy about her as a wrestler. They don't really think she should be on this, on the main roster. If you're struggling to get support for her, why not make her a heel? It makes a lot of sense to me. I think there'll be some people down on the fact that the Vision are now going to be continuing. So there we go. She's jumped on Theory. She's got her legs wrapped around him. Pyro is going off. Let's go, says Theory. Let's go. Wow. Street Profits. Okay, they're just checking on Cody. Here's Nick Aldis. He's out. Cody said he's fine. Doc says he's out. Gunther's been removed. Okay, there's Soul backstage. She's got a match with Raquel coming up tonight. Okay, we're in Chicago. I mean, it's been a long opening promo. Then, obviously, we get a title match and new champs, which I did not see coming. Not in a month of Sundays did I see that happening. So, Street Profits, Vision. Okay, looks like Byron's going to have a chat with Joe Hendry. Cameron said, USA 1, Belgium 2. I just won $427. Cameron, congrats, buds. I'm really, really pleased for you. Felt like a pretty good bet, to be honest. 2.5 goals. Kind of know that you can get at both of these defenses. So, yeah, big night for you, buds, and really pleased. Okay. Joe Hendry said he's shocked at Maxine. Christopher said, I didn't want to see Theory and Maxine together. She could do a lot better than him. Working them together doesn't sit right with me. Maxine is just going to tank his career fast, being connected to Theory, said Christopher. Let's go. More Vision, said Robbie. I'm very glad we're continuing with this mid-ass group. Spiller said I feel bad for the Profits. Elias Jenny said, is Nick Aldis moving to Raw as general manager as he and Pierce? Are they swapping brands? I don't think so. I don't know what's happening with Aldis, if he's still meant to be suspended. But definitely a bit of heat between the two GMs. Joe Hendry just starting off his Fire Logan Paul song. I want more. Joe says no. Joe says no. Pretty straightforward promo. You haven't really missed anything there. He's just talking about how he believes, how all the fans believe, how he's won belts everywhere. Okay, we are back. Saturday night's main event, July 18th. Madison Square Garden. Let's go. We already know a couple of matches for that, actually. They're just recapping what went down. WrestleRant said he did. Montez said he's very loyal to Dawkins, but at some point we need Montez singles run, said WrestleRants. I bet Aldis is on vacation for real, said Bryn. Liv Morgan, pooping in the bathroom, let's go, says Fitz. I think you're watching something different to me, to be honest. How did we like the LA Knight promo, said Nightbird Beastman. I think LA Knight is a brilliant promo. I think he's got great delivery. The problems I always have is with what he says. I feel like if you listen to what he says, I do find myself sort of scratching my head at some of the stuff he comes out with. He was like trying to take credit for WWE's boom periods. He's like, I'll give a bit of credit to Cody and Roman, but it's no coincidence that I was on the rise as WWE were booming. And it's like, are you really going to try and take credit for that? Just seemed a little bit of a strange thing to say. And then he also buried Roman and Seth, their segment from last week, which I thought was really good. And now he's trying to tell me it wasn't. So I don't know, man. His delivery's great. He brings energy. The crowd are with him. The crowd get behind him. But I do find some of the stuff he says to be a bit like, I don't agree with that. Or I don't think that's true. So, to each their own. That LA Knight segment was a very typical LA Knight segment for me. Okay, we got LA Logan saying that was tough love as Paul Heyman walks away. Vision, though, get in the car. They've got those championships. It's definitely a dub for them tonight. Ah, here's Alpha Academy. Yeah, things aren't still perfect with Heyman. Alpha Academy watching as Maxine gets in the car and drives away. Okay, last week, EO, Liv. We know they're on a collision course as we head towards SummerSlam. Okay. Ellis Durb said the epitome of an AI-generated wrestling stable. Why is Maxine and Theory a couple now? Who asked for this? Maxine's involvement is an insult to the role of the Performance Center, says LS Dub. Ellis Durb, hope you're doing well, buds. Okay, here's Raquel backstage. That title is, she's fired up, man. Raquel is fired up. Oh, we're going to that match right now. So, another championship match. We've just gone from one championship match to another championship match. It's going to be Sol Ruca against Raquel. They have stacked this episode of Raw. We're still not quite at commercial break. This is going to be the match, though, that we've got for commercial break. Or for halftime, I should say. Halftime coming up in the game. Ruca Raquel next. Ruca Raquel. There we go. Halftime. Is it halftime? Halftime. 2-1 Belgium at halftime. Definitely work for America to do, but certainly not a massive mountain to climb. Just one goal in it. Okay, is Alpha Academy going to find a new girl now, said the Beach Kevin? Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to set their sight. They might have a word with Maxine, of course. See what the situation is. But I don't think that I don't think they're going to go into a feud with them. I'm not anticipating that. Okay, let's go down. EO is getting beat down. That wasn't an accident. It was a message. And now that we've got Judgment Day, that's not a team. That's an empire. Vision is dead. I don't know what we're doing with the Vision. I do find that a little bit confusing, to be honest with you. I mean, I thought the Vision were dead, but now we've gone and put the belts on them. So, I mean, it is a little bit head-scratching, to be honest. I didn't give them any chance of winning in this match, and then I thought the Vision would be split up. So I must admit, it is a little bit of a head-scratcher. I wonder why Creative is so high on Maxine. I don't get it, said Dr. Luchalala. All due respect, she's got a pretty face, but she can't wrestle and she sucks at promos. To be honest with you, I think the pretty face is a big part of this. Because you're right, she can't wrestle. I think there's a personality there. I don't think she's just like a ditzy blonde that's got nothing to her. I think that would be unfair. I think there is a personality there. And actually, there was times when she was with Maximum Male Models that I did find her to be quite entertaining. I don't know if you ever saw the vignettes that they made. They actually did a couple of videos. I think they went out on social media, on YouTube, where it was kind of like behind the scenes with Maximum Male Models. Don't ask me why I watched them, but I did. And they were actually quite funny. They were actually really funny. Maximum Male Models really playing into their characters. Maxine providing some humor as well. And they were not bad. So I think there is a personality there. I think when she's allowed to show that kind of personality, it can be quite fun. I think her being with Maximum Male Models was... Well, the problem was the group, just no one cared, no one liked them. So, you know, the group was dead. So it meant that we couldn't really dig into the humour. We maybe did a few bits with Alpha Academy, which were okay, but my personal feeling on this is I'm not down on her going with the Vision because I don't think people like feel warmth towards Maxine. I think there's a lot of people that are like, why is she on the main roster? Like, you know, she's only there because she's a pretty face, blah, 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 right? Whether that's true or not true, I think that's the general consensus. So why not make her heel? Why, you know, if you find her frustrating and you don't get why she's on the main roster and you don't really feel warmth towards her, why not turn her heel? I mean, you can make the counter argument, why not just move her to NXT? But, you know, if they're not going to do that, I think one of the best things you could do is maybe, you know, turn her heel. Or try and get her back to that more fun babyface character, but you're going to need a vehicle to do that, and I don't think we have that vehicle right now. So, making a heel, having her interfere in matches and be an annoyance. Plus also, you know, she can talk about how she's the best female wrestler on the main roster, which clearly she is not, and everyone's going to be frustrated by that. But that's exactly what they want. They want her to be, you know, arrogant, probably cheating to win, getting wins, blah, 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 blah. I don't think this is worse than what we were doing with her. Okay, we've got Rusev, we've got Ethan Page, we've got Penta. We've got Dragon Lee. Oh, it's Chad's. So... we've got a gauntlet match coming next week, next Monday. These are a lot of the people that are in that match. All right, looks like we're going to do a bit of a nothing tag match. Gauntlet match going on next week. Winner gets a shot at the IC title. Okay. Okay, Bella sounded, and we are underway. Christopher said, Daze, I'm going to manifest very hard that I didn't see Theory and Maxine together, and I hope they split fast. Maxine needs her own direction. Connected to Theory isn't the answer. Okay. I mean, I think she's quite limited in the ring, and I think if she has her own direction, I don't think she's really going to get very far, would be my response. I think we tried giving her her own direction when she won the Intercontinental Championship and she was having matches and all that stuff. And the crowd didn't care because I just don't think she should be on the main roster full stop, to be honest with you. So actually putting her as a heel, putting her with the Vision is going to be a good way of her getting regular TV time. She can go back to having matches, and even if she's not a very good performer, she can act like she believes she is. Crowd are going to be booing her, and it's going to get her heat, and she might actually get bigger reactions now than she did before. So, I don't know, man. I think if you're hoping that she's going to be a single star as a babyface and be a big star, I'm struggling to see that happen. So sometimes you have to take a bit of a turn to try and end up where you want to end up. Raquel coming over. Big kick there by Soul. We are underway with this little slip there by Soul as she goes over that top rope. She just slips on that bottom rope. Not a big botch. Not a big botch. Back elbows coming in there by Raquel. Bang, bang, bang. That's nice. That's good from Raquel. Get your opponent trapped in the corner. Just really lay in these big, big elbows. It's nice that from Raquel. She scoops up Soul. She's got Soul up. Raquel goes into the corner. Raquel coming in. The top rope gets pulled down. Raquel goes to the outside. Crowd a little bit quiet for this at the moment. Oh, moonsault. Okay, Soul on the edge of the ring. Kick. Cartwheel. Well done. Nice kick there by Soul. That was good. Soul now looking for a springboard. Whoa. Corkscrew by Soul. That'll take us to commercial break. And that's got the crowd woken up a little bit. That's got the crowd woken up a little bit. That felt like we were going to go to commercial break, but we didn't actually. Soul going for the cover to kick out. Kick out. Okay. Bottom rope. Gets caught there by Raquel. Soul lands on her feet. Duck underneath. Ah. She survived the one clothesline. She didn't survive the second. No joy. Shoulder up. Kick out there by Soul. What's this? Heartedly Tin Man said, Balor, have that child soon. Maybe a Ford break. Balor, have that child soon. Oh, Belair, do we mean? Bianca Belair might have that, might have a baby soon. So he might be going on a break. Maybe. When did she announce? She was pretty pregnant, wasn't she? At WrestleMania. So we are now another 3 months or so. Yeah, you might be right. Perhaps they took the belts off them. But then it does beg the question, why put the belts on them if they knew she was getting close to her due date? So, yeah. Oh, bang. Nice power slam there by Raquel. You could be correct, though, but it might have something to do with Bianca. Okay, we're at commercial break right now. So, Heartedly Tin Man, shout out to you. I think Punk's beating Sami, says Jojo. Yeah, it's a good shout. I mean, there's seemingly no Cody, seemingly no Gunther. They've promised a championship match. They're going to have to do something. If it's neither of those, we're in Chicago. I mean, the stars do align, don't they? RTX said, what do we think all this means for Alpha Academy? Well, hopefully it just means that they get to have a matches in the tag division. I don't know that it means that there's going to get a new recruit or anything like that. I don't think it means they're necessarily going to split. I wonder if it just means that they might even go back with Chad or something. I don't know. They are very likable. People like Otis and they like Tozawa. I wonder if Chad sort of goes back with them and they're maybe not like a group all the time, like as a three, but just if they need a third person, Chad will be that person. If Chad needs backup, he's got Alpha Academy. I wonder if Alpha Academy can just go into that tag division. I could see Alpha Academy as a tag team trying to get the tag titles from the Vision. But I don't know that we're going to bring in other members and females and it's all going to be a big faction war, you know? But I think that they could now start to feature a little bit more on TV. They would be decent first opponents for the Vision, for tag titles. I just don't see it being like a big faction thing. Soul getting driven into the corner. I'd love for Otis to have maybe a 3-month singles run, said Alex. Maybe a bunch of open challenges. Genuinely could be very fun. Jeremy said, did anyone see El Grande at the Mexico game? I swore it was him. It was him. What about Creeds and Ivy with Gable? There's been no mention of that. Well, the Creeds were sort of heelish, weren't they? I think they were even heels. Yeah, because they were with Chad, weren't they? So we haven't seen them turn yet. So it is true, we haven't heard anything. Last time we saw them, they were Bruto and Julio, and they were kind of doing that stuff in AAA. So, and last time I saw Ivy, she was just faffing around in main event. So I don't know what they've got creative for them. I would probably keep them heel if we need a heel team. And have them in the tag division, get them a bit more active. In regards to Ivy, that's tricky. That is tricky. They just don't seem to... perhaps you, like, represent her, get her going again, present her as a powerhouse. I do think her size is her problem. She's obviously not the biggest, but she is pretty jacked. She is like this, you know, jacked pit bull. I wonder if we can sort of represent her. I don't think you need a repackage, but yeah, Ivy's tricky. Creeds, that's easy. Just get them going in the tag division. They're a brilliant team. Here we go. Kip up there by Soul. We're back from commercial break. Soul back in the corner. Raquel down. There's a knee there by Soul. 1, 2, shoulder up by Raquel. Shoulder up by Raquel. This match is carrying on. Ronnie said, do we think Johnny can be a part in the main event? Last time we saw Sami, it was with Johnny. Maybe he could help Sami keep the belts, but Creative better do summer. I think it's really hard to see... Oh, big boot. I think it's hard to see Johnny go from just comatose to main event. I mean, that's tricky. He could certainly be helping Sami. I'm not sure I see that, though. I think Sami's in trouble tonight with, if it is CM Punk in Chicago. Here we go, looking for the Soul Snatcher, but Liv grabs the leg. Down goes Soul. Raquel coming over. There's just been some outside interference. Oh, she drove her down. I thought it was going to get reversed. Oh, kick out by Soul Ruca. Raquel not able to put Soul away. Referee was distracted. Liv just prevented the Soul Snatcher. That's going to bring down EO. So EO's going to come down. You saw Liv's reaction there. Screaming out. Oh, EO from the timekeeper's area. Takes down Roxanne. EO and Liv going at it. That's going to even things up in the ring, and I'm sure that means that Sol's going to retain here. Raquel livids. Raquel going over. EO with a moonsault to the outsides. Liv's in position for a Soul Snatcher. Sol going over. Gets it. And that's going to mean that Sol retains. Let's get thoughts on the match. I think I just heard Liv absolutely screaming her head off there. Jose said, this Raw sucks. Nah, says Corey. There was so much BS there, says Restaurants. Well, I'll get your thoughts, Sim. Judgment Day. To be fair to them, they did try. They definitely tried to help. Okay, Corey Graves, Michael Cole, just talking about last week's Raw. We got another recap here from last week. Oba. Still unsure as to what this means in regards to his title shot, if he gets it a little further down the road or not. Okay. Daze Ivy was doing some bodybuilding contest like Tiffany. Still thinking it could be Brock and Sami, said TJF. Yeah, that's an option. It's an option. Brock and Sami, it's just, it feels like CM Punk's going to be involved, isn't it? Is he going to be in the match? Or is he going to come out after the match? I think the Brock's an option. That's got a bit more likely now that Cody is out. James said, I'm thinking that Cody gets ruled out. Sammy's in the ring. Pierce comes out, says we found a new challenger, and then Cult of Personality hits. So, yep. I feel like the Punk one might be a bit more likely than Brock. Just because Brock's locked in with Oba, I don't know that that needs a belt involved. So, and there are rumors of Cody and CM Punk for SummerSlam. So I think if I had to pick one, I think CM Punk's more likely, but the Brock option is still an option. Jojo said Punk's winning the title. Or Oba, said Nightbird Beastman. Wrestle with Andy said Punk could get involved. It could be Cody Sammy, Cody Gunther at SummerSlam. Do you think Cody's still going to have the match? I mean, I don't know that they've completely ruled him out. I know the doctor said he can't compete. Heyman head into the ring. He's got plenty to say about Brock and Oba. Daze, if you could have a dream match with two wrestlers, who would we choose? For me, it would be Gunther and Andre, says Matt. I think it'd be Undertaker Sting. I think that was always the match that I wanted to see. You know, certainly that darker version of Sting. But to be honest, I don't even mind if it's Surfer Sting. I loved Surfer Sting, was my favorite actually. But that darker version of Sting against the Undertaker, both in their prime, oh, that would be special. So that I think has always been the dream match. But yeah, I'm not down on Gunther Andre. Restaurant said, when Punk's music hits tonight, it's gonna be great. Austin said, Daze, the rumors have been wrong all year. I wouldn't buy into it until it's official. What in regards to Cody CM Punk? Yeah, no, I agree. I don't know where we're going. But you know, we can only base it off where the chatter is, you know. So yeah, it could be one of a few options tonight on the table. I think it definitely makes it a bit more interesting. I think they've done a good job actually, because obviously USA and Belgium are playing. Hopefully it doesn't go extra time. And then anyone that's chose to watch that instead of Raw, they should be able to turn over just as we're starting the main event. Obviously, if it goes extra time, that's not going to happen. But yeah, I think WWE, they've got a big title match for the main event. They'll be hoping this match ends before then. Time-wise, it should. Depending on the added time, extra time, all of that stuff, depending on what happens in the game. But right now, there should only be 45 minutes or so. That would take us right to the start of the final hour. So 45 minutes included added time. Should work out really well. So WWE will be hoping that this is not a draw and that there is an outright winner here. Still plenty of time to go in this game, though. We've still got 40 minutes. It's still 2-1. We are underway with this second half. Days, Austin Theory and Maxine are now officially Dominic and Liv 2.0. Corey said, I think I would have preferred the US have not getting Balogun back. It seems like the ref is favouring Belgium as a result, says Corey. What is the score, said James? 2-1 Belgium at the moment. 2-1 Belgium. Days, I like the closing angle. The kiss caught me by surprise. It's the exact same pose as Liv Dom. It does feel like reheating nachos, says Big Time. Okay. Cleveland said, did you have your hydration break? I have little hydration breaks, to be honest, all throughout the stream. I don't really have a dedicated hydration break. So yeah, keeping hydrated, very important. And I do like to do that myself. Okay, Tuesday, July 21st, WWE Unreal returns. Get to find out all those backstage secrets. Obviously, John Cena wrapping up his career is the big focus. Days, USA are losing. Please, we need to do something to help. Well, look, you're only one down. And as long as you can keep it this way, then you're still well in with a chance of stealing the goal. We've seen goals in like 92nd minutes, 95th minutes. So we've seen goals scored very, very late at this World Cup. So as long as you can keep it close, you're still well into this thing. The problem will be if you concede a third, so on, you know. That's where the mountain gets a little bit harder to climb. But yeah, you're still well in this game. No, if this was England, I wouldn't be too concerned at this stage. You know, in half an hour when this is the 82nd minute, I might be feeling different, but 52nd minute, I'm all right. Okay, we just got a trailer for Unreal. I missed the halftime song, says Dormouse. Do you know what, Dormouse? That was a long time ago now. It's been a long time since you've done that, but you are an OG, Dormouse. I hope life's treating you well. Chris said US is going to lose even after Trump paid off FIFA. It looks good on them, but FIFA is still corrupt, says Chris. Full Clip said, I've not watched any of these Unreals yet, and I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. RTX said, is there any rumours on the John Cena Classic? I think people are thinking it's end of the year. So I don't know if it's going to be in that sort of December Saturday night's main event slot. But I'm sort of thinking December time. Okay, we're back from that little Unreal video. SummerSlam, Hell in a Cell. Connor said, I hope that Randy Orton hopefully returns soon. Yeah, I don't know where he is. I don't know that he's going to feature at SummerSlam. It could be he comes back at SummerSlam. There's been no rumours of a match for him. Okay, Heyman in the ring. Let's see what Heyman's got to say. James said, what? FIFA corrupt? Well, I never. I know, big shock. I came out here to talk about Oba Femi. Okay, that gets the crowds chanting Oba. Oba comes out here acting like he owns the joints, but he doesn't. What Oba suffered last week is nothing compared to what he's gonna suffer. Oba. Oba Femi has motivated Brock Lesnar. Oba Femi has made the biggest mistake of his life. Brock Lesnar. You're not coming out of Hell in a Cell. There's no way. Brock. Brock will destroy Oba inside Hell in a Cell. Here's Oba. America, that is not what you needed. Oba. 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 Bum, bum. Bum, bum. I didn't even see the goal. Well, that's silly, isn't it? Oh, what the flip? Do you remember earlier when we were saying about the two defenses not being the sharpest pencils in the pencil case? That keeper is going to want this world to just swallow him up right now. He's got to get his head back in the game, though. Still plenty of time to get back into this. Oh, he looks good. Oba looks good. Ooh, he looks very smart. I kind of like this vibe for Oba. Pulisic off. Bear halter on. Not been a good tournament, this, for Pulisic. Oh, Oba looks brilliant. I love what he's wearing. Love what he's wearing. Oh, but Chris said World Cup champs. I think they can do it. Listen. I've been watching England my whole life. I'll flip and believe that day when I finally see it. If I ever finally see it. Take one game at a time. If you look forwards ahead of the your next opponent, stupid. England is not looking past Norway at all. That is going to be one hell of a battle. Okay, Oba in the ring. Obviously a long entrance as you expect. I'm going to talk facts. I prevent people from making bad mistakes. You proved Brock's beatable. You're stepping into Hell in a Cell with Brock Lesnar. You're not just stepping in with anybody. Yeah, I mean, this crowd just want to chant Oba's name. Oba. He calls Hell in a Cell the Brocktagon. Brock is the bringer of pain. He's making it very clear that this is too great of a challenge for Oba. Paul talks too much, said Lone Star Friends. The Brocktagon, says Willow. Yeah. I don't really think there was too much here, to be honest, that has got me more excited. But I'm about as excited as you can get for this match anyway, so it's a hard task. Let's see what Oba's going to say. Oba about to respond, but the fans start cheering his name again. Oba. 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 He finally shows up. After weeks of calling for him. Every word I said got to him. Oh, they've gone back to that line. He can say he doesn't watch the show, but everything tells me he does watch the show. You're less than an advocate. You're just a mouth. I don't even understand that. Mouths need to be fed, but how can you be fed if you haven't got a head? I think he's talking about destroying Brock and then Heyman won't have something to be the mouth for. But it was a bit clunky. Tell you what, we're doing some long promos tonight, aren't we? Blimey now. Did a long Seth promo, now we're doing a long Uber promo. In a cell. Heyman looking a little bit concerned here. He's selling what Ober's selling. No, he's buying what Ober's selling. I'm going to beat him in front of his children, says Ober. You've got to walk through hell in order to get to heaven. Tell him I'll see him in hell. Okay, we should probably score that. Let's get people's segment scores for that. Okay, we're backstage with Sami. I mean, Sami's getting ready for a match. He doesn't even know who his opponent is. Cody. Cody's out. Cody's out. Sami looks thrilled. Loud CM Punk chants. CM Punk. CM Punk. Sami said he's a good guy. I never really understood why I was defending here. Yeah. We'll figure this out Friday. Yeah. Here's Adam. Yeah. I promised them a championship match. Yes, but who against Adam? Adam said there's still going to be a title match. How's that fair for Sami? Prepare? For who? If I'm going to prepare for Brock, it's a little bit different to preparing for Penta. Honestly. Even as a champion is still getting screwed. Here's Mr. AI theme. If it isn't Punk, they're going to burn that city down, said Spiller. It's going to be Jay, said Trent. It's going to be Jay. If Punk wins the title, that is going to be lame, said Denim Chicken. They've never treated Cody like that, says Austin. Billy said, everyone was debating if Cody takes the title, and here comes Punk. It's a good move, said Billy. I want it to be Jay now, said Austin. Spawny Boy said, I like Chad's music. LS Dub said, good lord, this song is ass. Porky Pig said, why did they change his theme? Gunther should be suspended, said Connor. Let's say it isn't Punk. Who would be the next best option, said RTX. Well, I think LA Knight would go down quite well if they gave it to LA Knight. You know, I think it's hard to say Brock, because I feel like if Brock was at the show, he would have just appeared in that Oba segment. But I mean, his name's got to be in the mix. Oba's name's got to be in the mix. LA Knight's name can be chucked in. He got a great reaction earlier. I think Jay or Jacob. I don't even know if they're there. We haven't seen them tonight. I think it is looking like CM Punk, to be honest with you. They know where they are. We all expected him to make his presence felt. Now, magically, there's no opponent, so I'll be shocked if it's not Punk. Chad Gable made his way down. Over in the football, we have got 20 minutes left to go. Final hydration break has took place. It is 3-1 Belgium. USA could really do with getting a goal to just get it back close. Still not over. Okay, here's Dragon Lee. It's going to be the return of Mark Mero, said Wrestle with Andy. Let's go. Long overdue. Big Time said, Daze, it might just be me, but every feud is leaning on promos. The Oba Heyman one was all right, but it needed more. What do you think? I just think the promos are long tonight. I feel like both the Seth promo and that last promo could have been much shorter. I don't think there was much said of significance. I think the content of the Seth one we spoke about, I think it was missing some moments to engage the crowd. Whether they did that on purpose because they wanted LA Knight to sort of be that person that, you know, got the crowds. I don't know. Did they have Seth just deliver a bit of a, I don't want to say a flat promo, but, you know, did they set it up so that LA Knight's promo was a bit more vibrant? Or was it just a bit of a flat promo from Seth? Oh, they're showing the Mexico-England thing, and obviously they're only showing this because of El Grande. Shown on the globe. That bit wasn't. Oh, and they're using it as a way to promote the FIFA title belt. There we go. We get a little glimpse of El Grande. Okay, here's Ethan coming down. This is going to be a tag match, I believe. Okay, It's going to be Ahmed Johnson, said Russell Dandy. Corey said he's cheering for Mexico because Germany went out to Paraguay. Austin said, I just want to skip to the main event, even though I do like Ethan. Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a nothing match, isn't it, to be honest? So, Dragon Lee and Chad versus Rusev and Ethan. Okay. Get your thoughts in for that Heyman Ober segment. We'll obviously be ending that poll very soon. What have they done to Ethan? They've ruined that song, says Night 252. They have, actually. It's not hitting the same, is it? Okay, they get in the ring and they jump. Dragon Lee and Chads. So we got less than an hour left of this show. Shots coming in there by Rusev, really laying it into Dragon Lee. Ethan Page posing out to the crowd. Tag's been made. Kicks coming in there by Ethan. Stomping away on Dragon Lee. Shot to the midsection there by Dragon Lee. Throwing in some shots. Against the ropes goes Dragon Lee. Big boot there by Ethan. Dragon Lee goes down. KO would be a major twist. That's why I think... That's what I was thinking, but I doubt it, says the one. Willow said they did remove the ego from Ethan's theme song since Saturday night's main event when he faced Penta. WB said this show has been mega ass. Donald said USA have been out of position all throughout this game. Daze, it's going to be our favourite. Cara effing Noir. Imagine that. I think we just have some Rusev Day chants. Dragon Lee goes in the corner. Rusev charges over. Tag being made. In comes Chads. Duck underneath. Looking for a German there to Rusev. Another German as well. Keeping a hold of Rusev. Back elbow coming in there by Rusev. Rusev against the ropes. Lovely throw. And again. Nice work there by Chads. Big boot. Oh, down goes Rusev. Got the ankle lock in. I don't think they're going to give this match loads of time. Right now, Dragon Lee coming in. Drop kick. Ethan going over into the corner. Dragon Lee over the other side. Charging in as Rusev grabs Ethan and moves him out the way. I'd really love for the USA to get a goal now. I really would spice this game up. Dragon Lee over the top. Comes crashing down on Rusev and on Ethan. Look at that. Chad hurling Dragon Lee to the outsides as we go to commercial break. Days, if it won't be CM Punk, do we think it could be not if it's not? Oh, we spoke about that. We spoke about who it could be if it's not for CM Punk. We need to do a poll for the main event. Who is it, said Under Armour. Yeah, let's do that actually, because I don't want people getting confused between the Paul Heyman Ober poll, thinking it's this match. So I think we've given enough time. You lot said that was good 88. Good 88. Let's put a few options in then. Who faces Sami? Is it going to be Ober? Is it going to be Brock? Is it going to be CM Punk? Or is it going to be someone else? Who is facing Sami? Josh said, this is a really good show tonight. We are at commercial. The amount of commercials are crazy, says Knight. I just can't get invested in the match. Would be great days, but it's not looking like it's going to happen, said Dr. Luchalala. Well, listen, they're going to be working hard. I'm sure they'll get some opportunities. I don't know how many opportunities, but they're going to have to take those opportunities when they arrive. Belgium was always going to be difficult, though. I mean, they're maybe not the Belgium of old, but they still got some decent players. They're still a good team, a top team. Still the hardest test USA have faced at the World Cup so far, so never felt like this was going to be easy. I do think, though, I mean, that third goal that you conceded, you know, USA did shoot themselves in the foot with that. Unfortunate, you know, these things can happen, these mistakes can happen, but, you know, this game would feel maybe a little different right now if it was 2-1 rather than 3-1. Dragon Lee on the outsides. Chop coming in there by Chad. Chopping away, Rusev. Catching Chad. Throw there by Rusev. Chad goes over against the ropes. Bangaranga, we get a Bangaranga. Smile on Rusev's face. We get a Bangaranga. Tag being made. Ethan in with Chad at the moment. We're coming back from commercial break. Into the final 10 minutes of Belgium, USA. There will be some added on time. Does feel, though, that you don't want to be looking for 2 goals in added time. Be good to get a goal now. If you could get a goal within the next few moments, next 5 minutes, that'd be perfect. I have faith. There is literally nothing we can do if we set our minds to it. We can overcome this 2-goal deficit, says the Academizer. Academizer, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, you can definitely overcome this. Definitely. And actually, you're through. Oh, save. Didn't have many options there, but at least he got a shot off. Yeah, this game getting really juicy now. Mate, could you imagine if he had got a goal then? Chad's trying to make that tag. What if Cody does return to face Sami? I'm not expecting it. I'd be surprised if they do an attack, then announce Cody's out, only to then have him be the person. You are sort of teasing CM Punk here. Big kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Kick coming in. Dragon Lee taking the legs away there from Ethan. Coming up. Big boot. Dragon Lee going up, looking for a DDT. Gets it. Dragon Lee going over. There's a sign in the crowd that says believe. Fans are on their feet. They're urging the players to make the most of this corner. Big opportunity for USA. Stomp coming in there by Dragon Lee. Ethan down. Ball coming in. No. Got headed up. Headed up, sort of looped. Needed to be a bullet, didn't it? Looks like it's hit the top of someone's head rather than the side. It's sort of ballooned up. That was a big opportunity there. That's a big opportunity. Right at the goalkeeper. Forearm. These are the opportunities USA has got. They've got to take. Otherwise, this game's going to run out of time. Mashka kick there by Rusev, roll up by Dragon Lee, but actually put a bit too much on it and over-rotated Rusev. German suplex there by Dragon Lee. Kick coming in. It's got a lovely pace to this match, you know. Nice pace. This might actually be the best match we've had so far tonight. Dragon Lee is climbing up. Dragon Lee gets caught there by Rusev. You're an Argy. Big boot. Big boot. Down goes Dragon Lee. Into the accolades. It's in, and he taps. Rusev gets it. Rusev gets it. He's not letting go, though. We have seen these things. Gotta let it go. Here's Chad. Chad coming in, making the save. Gable has picked up Rusev, but he gets Wallet from behind. Now he's getting beaten up. Could we get Alpha Academy coming down, making the save? They're a little bit lost, aren't they, Alpha Academy, at the moment? No, it's Joe. It's Joe Hendry that's going to make the save. Accolade was in. Joe Hendry's coming down. I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry's in. Okay, we've got the poll up for the match that we just had. Joe Hendry's got Ethan. Fall away slam. Kipper. There we go. He's grabbing Ethan. Kick coming in there by Rusev. We've got plenty of shenanigans after Egoplex. Right. I've got a gif of Rusev yelling that on my dating profile. Now, Joe Hendry is in the accolades. Referees come down. They're trying to break this hold. Yeah, they do. They do manage to break it. He's going back. He's looking to put it in again. Still can't quite get it in. Oh, there we go. He's tried to come down and help, but no joy. Ethan and Rusev getting the better of Dragon Lee, Chad Gable, and Joe Hendry. Okay, I like this development, though. I appreciate that's locked into Joe, said Dr. Luchalala. Is USA Belgium over yet, says Denicia. Not yet, no. They are into the final 5. There will be some added on time, but USA just have not found that goal. I mean, they need to. But, you know, if they could find one, then there might be a bit of panic in that sort of Belgium defense at the moment. You know, sometimes one can bring 2. Look at the Mexico game where Bellingham scored and then like literally 90 seconds later he scored again. So, I mean, they're not out of it, but it's not looking good. Belgium just keeping the ball at the moment. Refs are averaging about 15 extra minutes of stoppage. It's been pretty absurd in this World Cup, says Hogan Cutter. Yeah, I mean, the thing with the England game was there was a red card, there was 2 penalties, there was lots of checks. That obviously adds to all the time. I don't think you've had any of those incidents here. You haven't had, like, lots of checks and penalty shouts and all this sort of stuff, so I'm not expecting lots of time. I mean, we'll find out. It's getting to that point. It'll be very interesting when we hit 90 minutes. Is Jimmy? One quick question. Oh. Seems like it's time for Big Jim to step up. Oh, here's LA Knight. Jackie saw him, was like, oh, okay. Oh, Jacob! Jacob! Jacob Merck's LA Knight. That was pretty sick, wasn't it? I do like how Jackie was like, yep, no, I'm out of here. Okay, Adam Pearce is on the phone. Sign in the crowd says, thank you, fella. That's classy. Okay, we go to commercial break. We're getting to the final throws of this one. Everything's coming to an end. The game's coming to an end. The show's coming to an end. Seemingly, USA's time in this World Cup is coming to an end. If they can find a flipping goal right now, there's still chance. There's no one in there. They play the ball in the box. There's no one in there. We got Judgment Day. We got all the Judgment Day girls. They are not looking happy. Looking very glum. Do you think Judgment Day's momentum has gone? No. Oh, time. Liv bringing a bit of energy here. 4 added minutes. America needed more. To be honest, though, I mean, I think a lot of the time comes from VAR checks and, you know, red cards. And this is why the England game had 11 added minutes. I just don't think there's been any of that stuff in this game. My God. Ball just played into the middle to a USA player. He let it run, thinking there was someone behind him. There was a Belgian player. Even Roxanne's getting a little animated here. Liv holding up that belt. We're coming back from commercial soon. Hello, Under Armour. Hope you're doing well, buds. Pierce was on the phone. Please call me back. Who could be talking to? Well, I'm guessing whoever he's trying to get to face Sami would be my guess. Probably needs someone that lives local to Chicago for a last-minute opportunity. The only thing I'd say is Cody did win a match, didn't he, the other day? He did win a match to get this #1 opportunity. Whoever's going to get this match now is obviously not going to have done that. Not that it matters, but... Here's Bailey. Oh, yeah, we haven't had any Lyra stuff tonight. Oh, Bailey getting a bit upset here. Belgium score a 4th. US hearts are broken. I didn't understand why you couldn't have an honest conversation with me, says Bailey. You took the easy way out. Meet me next week, face to face. That'll be a good segment, man. I'm looking forward to that. Brock Lesnar on the show next week. Brock on the show next week. Gerard said, "Potch out." That was a great promo, said Stunner. Big show next week. EO against Roxanne Perez next week as well. So we know we've got that gauntlet match. Roman's on the show next week. Roman Reigns on the show next week. Okay, Adam Pearce. Here's Nick Aldis. That's a funny way of saying thank you. I've secured a replacement, says Nick Aldis. The only thing left for me to say is you are welcome. This is mental. Sami Zayn about to head to the ring, having no idea who he's defending against. It's against a mystery person in Chicago. There's no way Punk's going to return to lose, says Ampy Ballin. Okay, Rusev is grabbing the microphone. So, game is over. USA have sadly exited the World Cup. 4-1 in the end to Belgium. Kind of thought it was going to be a challenge. I genuinely didn't think it was going to be that wide of a gap, to be honest. But at least it's not like, I don't know. I don't even know what's better. Is it more heartbreaking going out this way or going out on penalties and it being close and just falling short? I don't know. Going out hurts either way. I've had a whole life of it. It's basically a forced open challenge, said Vlad. If it's a SmackDown wrestler, then it could be Johnny, said Rapturous. Do we think that Punk to SmackDown, they give him the belt today, said Plum Girl? I think if Punk's coming out, it's going to be tricky to see him not winning unless someone gets involved and costs him. I'm expecting this to be Punk. I'll be shocked if it's not anything else. Bishop said, Daze, I got a question. Is Sheamus going to headline a class? Don't know about headlining. He's definitely going in. Would he headline? I'm not sure. If ever WrestleMania was in like the UK or, you know, close to Ireland, then I could see him headlining. But I don't know. There's a lot of big names still to go in. Okay, Ethan, just talking about next week's gauntlet match. If you are just joining us from the match, I'm guessing you are probably American, so commiserations. But the Sami Cody match has changed. It's now Sami against a mystery person. 20-odd seconds. We're going to be back. Byron just said, what happens if the gauntlet match comes down to you and Ethan? Ethan said, well, may the best man win. Rusev having a little look at Ethan in a slightly different way then. Okay, Sami's going to revert back to his can't win the big one gimmick in a bit, said Austin. What happened to Sammy Cody? Cody got attacked by Gunther right at the start of the show. It was bad enough for us to find out that he cannot compete tonight. So it's going to be a mystery person. Obviously, the streets are expecting CM Punk. We're hearing from JD and Dominic right now. JD said, I'm coming to embarrass you. I'm going to dance on your head in front of your fans. JD cutting a passionate promo here. Give us the money and uncurse JD. So there we go, JD against Danhausen. Okay. Here's Sammy then. Here we go. Here we go. Da 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 da. Let's go! Didn't Ray challenge Penta for an IC title match at SummerSlam, or am I misremembering? No, he did say that he wanted another shot at it. Clearly not a direction they're looking to go, though. But he did, I think, last week say he wanted to get another shot at it. What's happened with that? I don't know. I'm guessing it wasn't accepted. I'm guessing WWE had other plans. Sammy making his way down. I'd love for it to be Enzo, but Enzo ain't winning the title, said too, bro. Sammy's second and last entrance with the WWE title. Sami Zayn making his way down. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. Michael Cole's like, Sammy's the champ. He's going to defend in the main event the WWE Championship. And he's complaining because he doesn't know who his opponent is. Yeah, I think that's fair. How's he meant to prepare for not knowing who his flipping opponent is? After working so hard to get to the title. Corey said Sammy no doubt had an airtight game plan for Cody tonight. Here we go then. Here we go. Sami Zayn in the ring. Taking on a mystery opponent that Nick Aldis has secured. Chicago knows who it wants it to be. I'm sure it is going to be that person. Sammy waiting. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. We're all waiting. Sammy's waiting. And it is going to be CM Punk. It is going to be CM Punk. We haven't seen Punk since WrestleMania. Punk walking through the backstage area of the Allstate Arena. And they're not playing the music or anything, obviously. They're just letting the reaction of the crowds. Look at the shocked faces. They had some of the technicians and some of the people backstage kind of taking off their glasses and looking shocked as CM Punk walks into Gorilla, through Gorilla, out into the arena as Cult of Personality hits. And there you go, Chicago. The guy you wanted is now going to be in the main event of Raw, competing for the WWE Championship. And CM Punk has got a big opportunity here to get this championship. Take it to SummerSlam. And there are big rumors of CM Punk Cody at SummerSlam, so gotta say, CM Punk has got to be favorite here. This is bad news for Sami. Really bad news for Sami. It's clobbering time! Here we go then. My thumbnail headache has already been eliminated, but it might be getting even tighter in a second. Sami Zayn in the ring appears shocked. Says Michael Cole. I don't know that that's true, actually. I don't know that he is shocked. He's certainly in for a big task. I like Punk and all, but they're going to do Sami dirty here, said Pillskin. Christopher said, my prediction is Punk returns and wins. Sami takes the title to SmackDown to set up a four-way. Well, if Punk wins, you mean he'll take the belt to SmackDown? CM Punk. In the ring, looking over at Sami. Place going absolutely bananas right now for CM Punk, as you would imagine. WWE have obviously timed this really, really well. It's worked out really well time-wise. Obviously, the game has finished, the USA game. That means people can switch over the channel just as CM Punk comes back for the first time since WrestleMania. Strolls into a WWE Championship match. The best in the world is back. Loud CM Punk chants. This is just like Mexico against England. Sami is England. CM Punk is Mexico. It feels like we're in the Azteca. This crowd firmly behind CM Punk. I'm just not sure the result is going to go the same way as it did last night. I'm not sure that the hometown favourites falling short on this occasion. Here we go. WWE Championship being held aloft. We've got about... There might be a slight overrun here, but we got about 20 minutes. Now, are we going to get shenanigans? That's the question. Are we going to get outside interference? Sami has got a flipping nightmare standing in front of him right now. You don't want to play Mexico in Mexico. You don't want to face CM Punk in Chicago. Goes over, hands the shirt to a kid in the front row. CM Punk back in the ring. This thing could cook, mate. This could flipping cook. CM Punk in Chicago against Sami Zayn. Shut up. Punk over against the ropes. So, is this part of the logic then, do you reckon? This was Sami being a transitional champion, getting the belt from Cody to CM Punk. AJ Lee sign in the crowds. Sami trying to lock up, side headlock. Sami going over against the ropes. Sami just won his first championship, then drops it a week later, says John. TGF said, more the point, what's going on with Punk's dyed facial hair? What, his dyed hair? The beard's grey. He probably does dye his hair. Here we go, locking up. Going back. CM Punk chants ringing out around the All-State Arena. Definitely feels like we're watching something here. Something important. Not often you see the WWE Championship changing hands. Chop coming in there. Sami driving CM Punk back, driving his shoulder into the midsection. Sami going up. Corey said that we haven't seen CM Punk in 3 months, and 3 months is a lifetime. Sami into the middle. Inverted atomic drop there by CM Punk. Daze, I think USA losing is part of a long-term story. Maybe Maxine is joining Vision. Does that change your opinion of her, said Benito. Doesn't really change my opinion of her. It just fits better. Because I'm not a Maxine fan. You know, I mean, like, I don't root for her because I find her to be quite limited, and I feel like other girls are further along. So, you know, when she's winning Intercontinental Championships, I kind of want other girls doing it. So I don't feel a connection. I don't root for her. So this works better, her being a heel, because I'm not meant to root for her. So it doesn't change my opinion or anything. Just fits better. Suicide dive there by CM Punk. Sami goes down. CM Punk going over to the barricade, jumping up. CM Punk. Locked in. Locked in, mate. As we go to commercial break. Casey is excited for another Punk title reign. Casey, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Spawny Boy said, is Gunther interfering? Well, he could do. If we're going to do Punk Gunther at SummerSlam, then he could do. Perhaps we do Punk Gunther. Perhaps we do Cody Sami. These are options. But I don't know. It's hard to see CM Punk not getting the job done. Sami sucks chance coming out of this crowd. Boo's coming in as Sami tries to find a way back in. CM Punk is down. Elbow there by Sami, going for a cover. Obviously, we're not going to get a finish during commercial break. Shots coming in there by Sami. Punk has been to the dance. He has been to the top of the mountain. Sami has only just won his first. Chop coming in there by Sami. CM Punk getting back up to his feet, going over to the corner. Really cool entrance for CM Punk. I love the way they shot it. Over in the corner. Goes face first into that turnbuckle. Daze Cody to come back and save Sami, and then that could set up a four-way with Gunther, said TJF. Under Armour said you could have Punk win, then face Cody at Saturday night's main event for the title. Brandon said Jacob Fatu's going to interfere. CM Punk's going to win, but it'll be DQ. Sean said, did we see Punk behind Pierce and Sami? Did I see Punk behind Pierce and Sami? No, I didn't. He was standing behind them when they were talking, was he? Sami is over in the corner. CM Punk is down. I don't know if we're back from commercial break yet, but we've got Sami up on his feet. We've got Sami sucks chance. As we're now coming back from commercial break. Okay, CM Punk is in the middle, down with Sami throwing in shots. Yeah. Boos for Sami. Sami in control. CM Punk down. I mean, to be honest, they can sell this 3 months thing. Another shot coming in. Knee coming in. CM Punk going over to the corner. Head first into the turnbuckle. Probably got about 10 minutes or so left in this. Sami, double axe handle. Going for the cover and kick out. Headlock is in at the moment. He's keeping him grounded. Sami in control. Crowd are obviously applauding away, trying to get behind CM Punk. I mean, how special to buy tickets to see this show, thinking you're going to see Cody against Sami and maybe the return of CM Punk. Only for him to be in this match. I mean, this is pretty special for Chicago. Another clothesline there, of course, by CM Punk. Against the ropes, CM Punk coming back into this now. Sean said if we go back to Sami talking and they zoom in, you can see him peeking. Okay, Sean, thank you. Big knee coming in there by CM Punk. Got a clothesline and a swinging net breaker. One, two. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Sami with the shoulder up. WWE Championship on the line. Does Sami leave as champion? There's quite a few people that have joined us since that USA game ended. Is there going to be outside interference? I can't see Sami beating Punk clean in Chicago, but I suppose the question is, are we going to have some outside interference? There are some people thinking this could lead to like a fatal four-way or something on Friday. Big clothesline there by CM Punk. Sami gets the shoulder up. Bang, look at that. Looked like he flipping decapitated him for a second there. Sami is down. CM Punk over in the corner. Chicago making noise. Lots of energy. CM Punk climbing up. Get your thoughts in. What do you think? Which way is this going to go? CM Punk is perched. Shot coming in there by Sami. Shot to the midsection. Daze, I think WWE fans have got a treat with Roman not showing up and having Punk return. We're going to get that fatal four-way at SummerSlam. Punk, Sami, Cody, Gunther, said Christopher. Here we go, looking for a superplex. Sami getting some boos. As you would imagine. He's got him. Looking for a superplex. Gets it. Gets it. Okay, both guys down. Commercial break. This match continuing. Yeah, so we asked the question, do you think Sami leaves as champion? So far, we've had about 150 votes. 60% of you say no. To be honest, I would have thought that was a bit bigger. I would have thought that gap would have been a little bit wider. So, Sami with a big superplex. CM Punk is down. Okay, right now, Sami dragging CM Punk over into the middle. Sami over by the ropes. He's going through the ropes. How would this compare to the Hulkster winning at 9? Yeah, but I didn't mind that. I was a kid and I had to wait a week before I saw the show and I got it on tape and I was stunned. I thought it was so cool that Hogan out of nowhere had won the belt, but isn't it funny how like everyone else felt different. It's just you just feel it's just so different when you watch wrestling as a kid. I mean, I was spending all week wondering who's the champ. Is it Yoko? Is it Brett? You know? Wondering about what had happened at WrestleMania 9. And then I finally get the tape a week later, only to find out that it's Hogan. I was shocked. But you see, the thing is that I hadn't been watching wrestling like long before that. So Hogan wasn't boring to me. It's funny because I think anyone that had been watching wrestling at that time, Hogan was like, no, we're done with Hogan. We're done. We want to move on. I didn't feel that way. It's funny, isn't it? We all come into wrestling at the same different times. We don't all feel the same way about wrestlers as a result. Not only that, we all interpret things different as well. So you might have thought a promo was amazing. I might think it sucked. You might think someone's amazing as a result. I might think they're rubbish. So, yeah, I must admit, I've never really had a big problem with Hogan at 9, but I can recognise many do. Duck underneath, against the ropes, cross body. Sami goes down. CM Punk goes down. They're both down in the ring right now. This is our main event. Okay, Sami down, Punk down. Probably getting into the final 5 minutes or so here. Shots coming in by both of these. It's been a really fun contest, really battling contest. Big shot there by Punk. And again, kick to the midsection by Sami. Sami's got Punk against the ropes. He's got Sami on his shoulders. Elbow there by Sami. Picks him up. Blue Thunderbomb. No. Kick coming in by Punk. Sami goes back to the corner. Punk comes in. Big knee. That was lovely. That was lovely. Big knee coming in there by CM Punk. Sami does, wow, just powers him into a Blue Thunderbomb, but kick out there by CM Punk. Kick out by CM Punk. We got big drama here in Chicago. CM Punk chants. I think there was a slight "This is awesome" chant that I could detect as well. Sami Zayn standing over CM Punk, grabbing Punk. Trying to get him back up to his feet. These two face to face right now. Looking for an exploder, but no joy. Elbows coming in there by CM Punk. You know what Sami's going for? He's going for that exploder into the haluva, but another big knee there by CM Punk. Looking for a bulldog. Gets it. CM Punk going over to the corner, climbing up. CM Punk going up. CM Punk ready. Looking for the elbow. Connects. CM Punk connects. 1, 2. I didn't buy that was going to be the finish. I mean, if he's going to get it, it's surely going to be a GTS. Anaconda Vice is in. Anaconda Vice is in. Middle of the ring, Anaconda Vice. Anaconda Vice is in. This is big trouble for Sami right now. Sami, middle of the ring, Anaconda Vice in. Sami trying to find a way out of it. It's a good match, this. It's a good match. No joy at the moment. Can't get out of it. Ah, he's really got it in. Sami is finding a way out. Yeah, he gets out. Oh, sharpshooter! CM Punk looking for the sharpshooter, Bret Hart's finishing move. That'd be sick if he got that on, but well, that'd be how he'd love to win it that way. He'd love to win it that way. Quick reversals roll through by Sami. My God. Yeah, that was exactly how he won the belt. And it was close. Real close. Sonny, shout out to you. Loud CM Punk chants. Let's have a look at the poll, shall we? 59% of you don't think that Sami is going to be leaving as champion. 59-41 is where we are right now. These two down on their knees, exchanging shots back and forth. Corey, a false finish, said it was almost deja vu from Night of Champions. Oh, he's got Punk up. GTS connects. Sami with the GTS. 1, 2. Could you imagine the reaction if Punk had lost to a GTS in Chicago? It's nice, though. It's nice, though. A GTS by Sami on CM Punk. Sami down on his knees, shaking his head. CM Punk trying to get back up. What's left in the tank for Punk? He's been out. He's been out for 3 months. It's one thing to be in shape. It's another thing to be in ring shape. Tell you what, though, CM Punk having a banger at Mania with Roman, coming back having a banger with Sami Zayn. Sami in the corner, urging CM Punk up to his feet, gets caught, exploder! Is he going to do a haluva? That'd be nice. Sami just did a GTS, so are we going to see a haluva here from CM Punk? Punk going over to the corner, slumps into the corner. I think he is, you know. Is it? I think he is. He's in the corner, charging over. No! Gets caught! A second GTS! Connects! Connects! Is he picking him up for a Blue Thunder Bomb? Connects! 1, 2... Oh, my God. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. If he's kicking out of a second GTS and a Blue Thunder Bomb, it's over, Sami. Make peace with it. Make peace with it. You might as well go and say goodbye to the belt right now. A second GTS and a Blue Thunder Bomb. Loud CM Punk chants reverberating around the Allstate Arena. It's done. It's over. Sami taking off that wrist tape. This is 10 out of 10, says Connor. Mr. Fuldy said, go, Sami. Alex said CM Punk's the Terminator, confirmed. Headbutt there by Sami. I'm the champion now, said Sami as he's slapping away at CM Punk. Do you understand? I'm the champion now. Another shot. Punk rocked. Yeah, I mean, putting Punk away in Chicago is just kind of like the impossible task. Jab coming back there by Punk. Chop coming in there by Punk. Is throwing shots in. Punching away, jabbing away, driving Sami back. Sami over in the corner. Punk charges in. Big knee. Big knee there by Punk. No, Haluva doesn't connect. Oh, my God. He had him in position. He couldn't connect with the Haluva. But Punk does. Punk does. He's got him up. Haluva. A GTS. Is the WWE Championship heading to Chicago? It is. CM Punk wins. We've got a new. Mate, you don't see the WWE Championship changing hands that often. It's a massive deal when it does. And it just has. In Chicago. in front of a red-hot crowd. After a red-hot match as well, you gotta say, what a banger. CM Punk's done it, though. CM Punk's done it. I gotta tell you, man, as a Sami fan, it was never about a long reign for me. It was always just about him getting to the mountaintop. They did that for him. And I think now we can say that Sami was a transitional champion. He was here to get the belt off Cody and get it onto CM Punk. They pulled the trigger in Saudi Arabia. And CM Punk got the job done, gets the job done. The shortest championship reign in nearly 5 years, says Corey. Says Michael, doesn't matter. We weren't here for a long time. We were here for a good time. Pyro going off. And new. And new. CM Punk holding up that championship. I wanted to be here for a long time, said Junior. Listen, Junior, if you are a Sami Zayn fan, then you should already have known, to be honest. If you are a Sami Zayn fan, we all knew that this was going to be a short ride. Didn't know it was going to be this short. Listen, they're getting the pieces where they want them for SummerSlam. They obviously want this to be on Punk. And I'm guessing this is how we get to the Punk Cody match, which didn't make much sense, but it makes a lot more sense now. This is very reminiscent of WrestleMania 9. I think that's a good shout by Andy, you know, because, again, you know, if you, for some reason, missed this show, perhaps you went out and watched the USA game and you haven't had a chance to catch up with this and you're like, oh, I wonder who won. I wonder if it's Sami or if it's Cody. I wonder who it is. You know, you're going to come back and you're going to be shocked when you find out how this has gone. CM Punk jumps into the crowds. Get your thoughts into the match. What did you think about it? David said at least Sami was champion. Yeah. Now Sami's going to go full heel, said Spawny Boy. I'm a Punk fan, but they could have done this on some Sami deserved more than a few days, said Brim. Days, to be fair, Drew and Punk's reigns both had title reigns less than a day. Yeah, that is true. It's true. It's short, but we've seen shorter. I don't know. I don't need to make myself feel better about it, actually. I mean, as I've always said, for me, Sami getting that belt and having a run with it was something that I really wanted to see, and I saw it. And I wanted it because I felt he had worked hard and he deserved it. And he had it. And I just can't be down about the fact that, you know, it's over now. Yeah, you know, do I wish it was a little longer? Yeah, sure. But I'm not down on it. I'm not crying. I'm not throwing my toys out the pram. This is okay. Pretty special for Chicago as well. So, you know, I'm pleased for them. And yeah, I do agree. It's going to be very interesting to see how Sami reacts to this. Sami is probably not going to take this well. I gotta say, as a CM Punk diehard, I hated the finish. I would have rather had Bloodline interfere or something, says the Academizer. I really struggle with your name, bud. Academizer. Daze, are you related to Sami? No. No. Just emotionally. I just like him. I just think he works hard. So I think he's a good promo. I think he's a good wrestler. The one thing that he lacks is that sort of aura because, you know, he's not Oberfemi. But I don't need that. You know, there's other wrestlers that bring that. And actually, the lack of that is what's kind of held him back for as long as he has. I mean, if he had, like, you know, aura as well, and when his music hit, like, there was a big pop, he would have got this belt ages ago. So it's the one area that he lacks. For me, it shouldn't be enough to stop him ever being champion. So I'm glad that we put the belt on him and gave him a run with it. I'm happy that Sami's no longer champ. He finished his story and Punk is the rightful champ. Go said I missed the show. How did Punk end up in the match? Cody was attacked and we needed a replacement. And Nick Aldis said that he had sorted someone, and then that was it. CM Punk was revealed right before the match. I mean, Sami was screwed. You know, I ain't crying about it, but he was screwed. Having to go into a match not knowing who your opponent is. It's hard to kind of spin that as being, like, acceptable. You know, he was made to defend on a show that he doesn't even compete on. And he then had to compete against someone he had no idea who it was. So he was screwed, but whatever. Whatever. We knew it wouldn't be a long reign. Thanks for the stream as always. See you for NXT, said Dr. Luchlala. Well, yeah, thank you for joining, but thank you to everyone that's joined us. Really appreciate it. I just joined and I got the results. What were the ratings? Oh, Iron Sentinel, we're going to do that. I mean, there's no point doing it now. We're literally about to do a whole breakdown video, so going to cover it in that. Benito said, Money in the Bank postponed to January 2027. I'm joking. Okay. Daze, what do we think happens between Sami and Johnny? Are they both going to be planking now? Maybe. Maybe. Perhaps Candice is going to have to try and look after both of them, yeah? At least Sami wasn't screwed like Brett in 97, said Kader. That's true. I don't know that Sami should have dropped it to the gingerbread man. 825 out of 10. See you later, said Black Onyx. Uncle Revel said Triple H is going to make an announcement that the match is overturned due to an official and administrative leave making the match. Alice said FWWE, AEW is better. Gavin said, do we think Cody should turn heel? I do at some point. I don't mind if that point is now. But the truth is he still gets a lot of support. Maybe not from the IWC, but, you know, he still sells loads of merch. The kids are still really into him. He, you know, if he does a meet and greet, tons of people come out. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, I sort of feel like he gets pretty good reactions as well. It's not like he gets booed out the building. Definitely we have seen that at times. But actually, he's been coming down to the ring and been getting really good reactions. Certainly in this feud with Gunther. Feuding with Gunther and Sami has been good for Cody. Cody has been the more favourable option. So, I don't know. You can do it. I don't feel like it's an urgent thing to do, though. But I don't know, it would certainly spice up a feud with CM Punk, wouldn't it? Cody didn't want to do the job, said Big Time. Hogan Cutter said turning Cody heel wouldn't make any sense. He wouldn't get the heat from the audience. It's only the IWC that would just end up cheering him as being a heel. Are we still going to get a Fatal 4-Way at SummerSlam? I haven't heard any word of a Fatal 4-Way, so I'm not sure where that's come from, unless it was like reported earlier today or something, and I've just not seen it. But I've not heard anything about a Fatal 4-Way. Get your scores in. What did you think about the? What did you think about the match? Thank God someone with aura does have the belt now, said New Tomorrow. You're never going to win with a GTS followed by a Blue Thunder Bomb. Is SmackDown going to improve now that CM Punk's on the show, said Jay Rich. Well, hopefully. Hopefully. I don't think it's going to get worse as a result, so. Okay, we're ending the poll because we do need to do the breakdown. 53, 24, 13, and 10. So that's come out as great 77. Great 77. Daze, why don't you do AEW pay-per-view live streams? We don't do AEW at all. It wouldn't really make any sense, would it, to do pay-per-view live streams if we don't cover AEW, because I ain't going to know what's happening, and people are going to want to talk about stuff, and I ain't going to have any answers. So unless we like do all of AEW, which I have no plans on doing, it wouldn't make sense to just pick and choose. We'll do this, we won't do that, because I ain't going to know anything. So that's why. Right, okay, we're going to wrap things up here. A big thank you to everyone that's joined us. Obviously, we're going to be back in a moment with the breakdown. We're going to go through the whole show, going to cover everything. Pretty monumental show, to be honest. I'm not sure how that's going to reflect in the score, but we'll find out. We'll jump over to the breakdown. If you are around, come and join us for that. If not, we are back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with NXT. It'll be good, actually. We weren't able to do last week, so it'll be good to be back doing NXT tomorrow. So, yeah, awesome. Thanks for joining. Really do appreciate it. I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown. Jimmy J, shout out to you. Thank you, my friends. Bye for now.